Counsel present, jury, and alternate present. Good morning. I hope the same maniacs that were driving on the freeway with me weren't driving on the freeway with you. I'm going to allow the defense, because of scheduling issues, to call a witness out of order. We're going to interrupt the testimony of Ms. Crescentini to have the witness testify at this time. You may call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you call Mr. Brown to the stand, Roger Brown?
Mr. Brown, please retake a stand. You're still under oath, sir. After you're seated.
Roger Brown.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Brown, just to refresh our memory, were you a friend of Robert Baker?
Yes.
At some time, obviously, at some time, correct?
Yes.
You knew him at the time that he was arrested, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That's going back to 2017. He was arrested on June 14, 2017. I believe you indicated that he had stayed with you the prior Valentine's Day or around Valentine's Day?
He came before Valentine's Day and he stayed. To be honest, I don't know how long he stayed.
Okay. And this was after the death of your mother, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. My question is, and I apologize for not asking it last time, he came again to your house before he was arrested, came to your house on June 13, 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
The night before he was arrested?
The night before.
Okay. And can you tell us if he told you why he came to your house?
He wanted me to get in touch with a friend of mine.
Remember his name?
No.
Does Rooster ring a bell?
Yes.
That's what you had indicated, I think,
Yes.
to my investigator. Do you know his real name or just by Rooster?
I know him by Rooster.
Okay. And did Mr. Baker inquire something about Rooster?
No, he just asked me could I get in touch with him. And I told him I would try.
And did he tell you why he wanted you to get in touch with him or why he wanted to be in touch with him?
No.
Overruled.
No.
Did he owe him any money?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know if Rooster owed Mr. Baker any money?
I don't know.
Did Mr. Baker say that Rooster owed him any money?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this then. How long was Mr. Baker at your residence the night before his arrest?
I don't know. 15, 20 minutes? I don't know.
Okay, so this was not a night where he stayed
No.
over or anything like that. And after he talked to you about whatever he wanted to talk to you about, did he leave?
Yes.
And the next time you saw him after that, he was in county jail, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said you helped clean out or empty his apartment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Finally, you had been playing basketball with Mr. Baker for several weeks or months before that on a weekly game. Is that what you said?
We've been playing basketball for years.
You consider him a good friend then?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Baker, the night before his arrest, the night we were talking about, make any indication to you that he was going to go away or get a house or go on a vacation with a new girlfriend of his named Monica Sementilli?
No.
Did he mention the name Madonna to you the night before his arrest?
No.
Did he say anything about Madonna coming into a lot of money or just found out she was going to be rich or anything like that?
No.
In fact, did her name come up at all the night before his arrest when he came to your house?
No.
So from the moment he arrived to the moment he left, there was no mention of her. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
You may cross.
Okay, just a couple questions. After you testified here in court then, did you get a visit from the defense investigator at your home?
Yes.
What happened? You got a note on your door
Yes.
from the investigator from the defense?
Yes.
And then did they come back and talk to you?
Yes.
And these are the questions they asked you, what you just answered in court?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear then, did you tell them that most of your conversations with Baker, your relationship with us was about sports, basketball, racquetball, and chess?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further about the defense?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You're excused.
I ain't gonna come back later.
God, I hope so. All right, can we have Ms. Crescentini back on the stand, please? Ms. Crescentini, please retake the stand. You're still under oath. I just want to make sure I am saying your name correctly, am I not?
Yes, you are.
Good, thank you. Defense may continue with their direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Crescentini.
Good morning.
And I'm saying your name correctly,
Yes,
correct?
you are.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Ms. Crescentini, we left off yesterday speaking about some conversations, or we were beginning to speak about some conversations you had in May of 2017 with Marco Laurenti and Fabio Sementilli. But before we get to that, after your brother-in-law Fabio was murdered in January of 2017, did you observe the relationship that Monica continued to have with Fabio Sementilli's family, specifically his sister Myrtle and her common-law husband Marco?
Objection, relevance.
Oh,
Yes, they were very friendly with each other. They were very supportive of Monica.
Did Monica fly up to Canada on multiple occasions after Fabio was killed and visit with Fabio's family?
Yes, she did.
Did there come a time, Ms. Crescentini, that you observed did there ever come a time where in your presence you heard or observed Monica express to detectives in the case, namely Detective Parshall, frustration about trying to match the DNA that they had recovered at the scene to find the killers of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I remember her telling me that the police kept telling her they had all these DNA samples. And it's going to
it's overruled.
It's going to take a long time for them to test all the samples, and she was very frustrated. She wanted to know, she wanted to have a break in the case. She wanted to know who did this.
Did there come a time where you were involved in conversations initiated by Monica about hiring a private investigator or offering a reward to find Fabio's killer?
Yes.
And what were those conversations?
Monica had said that she wanted to put up a reward. I said that's a great idea. Marco was also willing to contribute some. And then the police said that this was not a good time, that LA County would eventually put up a reward. So just to wait.
Did you personally have conversations initiated by Monica about hiring a private investigator to also investigate Fabio's murder and find who killed him?
Yes, she has asked me if she thought that, I thought that was a good idea, and I said yes.
Did there come a time, Ms. Crescentini, in May of 2017, where Mirella Sementilli's husband, Marco, or common-law husband, Marco, contacted you personally to ask if it would be okay to contact Monica about something?
Yes.
Could you tell us what Marco contacted you about?
He called me and to ask me, he said he had a friend who was a lawyer and they were talking about how Monica and the girls had not received their insurance payout yet. They were very concerned, as we all were, because it was May and June, the company would have stopped paying Fabio. So he said his lawyer friend was willing to draft a letter to the insurance company to sort of push them along and get this done. And he wanted to ask me if I thought that was a good idea and if he should send it to Monica. And I said yes.
He asked you if you thought it was okay to suggest it to Monica?
Correct.
Now, at this time in May, you were aware that Monica had taken 2 trips in that past 4 months since Fabio had been killed to Las Vegas. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were aware at the time she went to Las Vegas in March and again in May that she was taking those trips?
I don't remember the March one, maybe, but the May one I remember for sure because it was Cinco de Mayo and she told me she was going with her friend Sheila and her husband.
So she told you that she was going with friends, specifically Sheila and her husband, and were you aware that she'd also taken another trip to Las Vegas previously?
Yes, I was aware, but I can't remember now what month that was in.
Understood. And then she also told you that she was going to take a trip alone to Myrtle Beach. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in none of these 3 trips, she ever told you that she was going to Las Vegas or Myrtle Beach with Rob Baker, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in May, mid-May, let's say, of 2017, you had no idea that your sister was having an affair with Rob Baker, correct?
I had no idea.
Did there come a time, Ms. Crescentini, in May during the Myrtle Beach trip that you learned that Monica was having an affair?
No, not when she was there, no.
Okay. Did there come a time around that trip that you became suspicious and tried to look at some emails belonging to Monica about why she was in Myrtle Beach?
That was after she came back.
Okay.
But while she was there, I began to suspect that she wasn't alone. I assumed that she was with some racquetball friends.
Okay. Why did you begin to suspect that?
I don't know, just through our conversations on the phone and the way she was answering me, I just thought that she was there with somebody else. And I said, you know, you can tell me if you went there with another friend, I won't be offended. Just tell me. And she said, no, I'm here alone. You're being ridiculous.
And then at some point after she returned, did you investigate through Monica's emails information that you might be able to uncover about what her reason for going to Myrtle Beach was?
I don't know as to the reason. The reason she told me and everyone else was because that's where Fabio wanted to go. But yes, I did go onto her email because I had all her passwords saved on my computer from when the last time she came over and checked her emails. And so I did look, but I wasn't the one looking. It was my husband, Grant.
Okay. And you said you had her password saved. Did Monica stay with you on occasion when she came up to Canada?
She always stayed at my mom's house, but we spent the days together. So she would come over in the morning and we'd spend the whole day together, have dinner together, and then she'd go and sleep at my mom's. So whenever she had to check email, she would use my computer.
And you were aware that she had her passwords for her email stored on the computer?
Yes.
And were you present when Marco accessed the emails and reviewed the emails, or did you review the emails?
Not Marco.
Facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
You were not present.
Objection, same objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn that Marco had reviewed emails on your computer of Monica's?
That Marco did?
I'm sorry. That your husband did.
My husband, Grant, yes.
Grant did,
Yes.
And what did you learn?
He found what seemed to be like a note or a letter addressed to another couple saying, hi, saw your picture, would be interested in meeting. And it was signed Madonna and Rob.
And at that time, did you believe that your sister and Rob Baker were communicating with couples about having some kind of contact or relationships?
When I first saw the email, no, I didn't know what it meant. I was upset. Couldn't figure out who Madonna was, what was this doing on her computer. I had no idea.
What did you as a result, if anything?
I called Deborah after a few days. I called Deborah and to ask her.
Let me ask you, is that Deborah Obad?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you ask Deborah Obad?
I asked Deborah if she thought my sister was having an affair, and she said yes.
At some point, Ms. Crescentini, did you ask Monica about whether she was having an affair?
Yes.
Was this when she came up to Canada in early June, shortly before her arrest?
Correct.
And did Monica ever deny to you that she was having an affair?
When I confronted her, she never denied or accepted or admitted anything. She just was in shock and just kept saying, I can't believe this, I can't believe this.
And did you ever pursue the conversation after that with Monica?
We tried. I had to go to work the next day, so I told her that I would come straight after work to my mom's house and we would talk about this more. And I was going to come right after school. She didn't answer. She was upstairs in her room. I think she was packing. She wanted to come back to LA as soon as possible.
Was it shortly after that, Ms. Crescentini, that Monica was arrested with Robert Baker and accused by the police of being involved in Fabio's killing?
Yes.
Did you later learn that Monica had indeed been having an affair with Robert Baker before and after Fabio had been murdered?
After they were arrested, yes, it was confirmed.
And did you also learn after Robert Baker and Monica was arrested that Robert Baker's DNA had been found and directly implicated Robert Baker as having killed your brother-in-law
What was the time frame?
after the arrest?
It was a long time after the arrest.
Ms. Crescentini, if you believed that your sister Monica was in any way involved in the planning or murder of your brother-in-law Fabio, would you continue to support her and testify at her trial falsely?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Crescentini, has everything you've told us in your testimony this week honest and true?
It is honest and true.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Taylor, you may cross.
Good morning, Ms. Crescentini.
Good morning.
Good morning. When you first met Fabio, you testified yesterday that Monica was working next door to him, and that was in a shop in Canada, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then they began dating, and you met him as a boyfriend at a later date, right?
Yes, a much later date, yeah.
Okay. And you testified yesterday that when you met Fabio and they announced that they were dating, that he was divorcing his wife. So he wasn't divorced yet.
My understanding was he was separated and going through a divorce.
Okay,
That's
when you-
what I remember.
That's what Monica told you?
That's what Monica and Fabio both told me.
Okay. So Monica was the reason that Fabio was getting a divorce, though, right?
I asked
Sustained.
Well, what did Fabio and Monica tell you?
him, and he said, no, I'm separated from my wife. We started dating afterwards.
Okay. Were you close to Fabio then?
At that time?
No, through your time knowing him, did you become close to Fabio?
Yes, very close to Fabio.
Okay. Did you love him like a brother? You testified.
I loved him like a brother, yes.
Would you say that everybody loved Fabio?
Yes,
Was he the life of the party?
he was.
Was he full of life, charismatic, those kind of things?
Absolutely.
But yesterday, when you were first testifying, you didn't state any of those adjectives, correct?
Objection, misstates the evidence.
It's overruled.
Do I answer?
You can answer.
I don't remember being asked about his personality, or I
Well-
would have said that.
Didn't you testify right when you started testifying at the very beginning? One of the first things you told this jury was that he was jealous, and then you went into stories about him getting you kicked out of bars and restaurants and a cigar story, right?
Correct.
Misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
So that's how you described Fabio when you were first asked. Is there a reason for that?
When I first met him, that's how he was.
Well, that's not what you said, though, right?
I don't understand.
When you described Fabio yesterday, what you described to this jealous man who got you and your husband kicked out of bars for men talking to Monica. That was the description that you gave of Fabio yesterday, correct?
Objection calls for speculation
Oh.
and misstates the evidence.
Overruled in both.
I answer?
Did you say that?
Yes, I did say that.
Is there a reason why that's what you chose to say to the jury?
There is no reason.
I mean, surely you're not implying that Fabio deserved to get killed because he was jealous, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Now, you mentioned the state of their relationship. You were asked about the state of their relationship, Fabio and Monica, the time that you knew them. And you stated that they were very happy, they had a great marriage. That's what you observed, right?
That's correct.
Would you consider somebody who had been having an affair on their husband for over a year a great marriage?
Would I consider that?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so do you still think they had a great marriage?
I still think it's very complicated.
It's complicated.
Yes.
In a great marriage kind of way?
Sustained.
Do you consider them to have a great marriage now?
I still,
It's overruled.
I still think they had a great marriage.
Okay.
Yes. It is possible to love someone and cheat on them at the same time. It
Okay.
happens all the time.
All right, so that was a great marriage. Okay. Now, you used two examples of their great marriage and them being very happy. And the two examples that you used and told the court and the jury were they were dancing in the kitchen and singing songs. That's what you observed, right?
Yes.
Have you been watching this trial online?
I have not.
Have you been talking to your niece Jessica about videos that she presented to the jury?
I have not talked to Jessica about her testimony at all.
Have you talked to the defense attorney about what's been presented in court?
No.
Are you aware that two videos are presented to the court? One was Fabio and Monica dancing in the kitchen, and the other one was Fabio and Monica singing songs. Were you aware that
I was not
what was
aware.
already presented to the jury?
I was not aware.
So is that a coincidence that that was those two examples that you came up with? Can I finish my sentence?
Here's a question. Take your objection
Was-
under submission.
My question was, so was that a coincidence that those two examples that you gave happened to be the two items that were presented to the court by other witnesses during this trial before you?
Sustained.
When is the last time that you spoke about this case and your testimony with the defense team?
The last time I spoke to the defense team,
About this case and your testimony, all inclusive.
a couple of days before I thought I was taking the stand.
Okay, what did you talk about?
How it was going to be on the stand, where I would sit. They told me to review my statement that I sent in, the 4 pages handwritten. I did that. That's what we talked about.
So you interviewed with the defense then on November 16th, 2017. That was 4 or 5 months after your sister was arrested. Is that correct?
I don't remember, but I'm sure.
Would you like to see your report?
Sure.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So November 17th, 2017, who did you interview with from the defense team?
I know I spoke with Adam Dawson, and I spoke with Leonard Levine.
Okay, well, this was in person at the Sementilli house, correct?
Yes.
All right, so who came to the house?
Both people came on different times.
Well, on
Separately.
this time, November 7th of 2017, who did you talk to?
Again, it was either Adam or Leonard. I don't remember. Is it written on the paper? I didn't see that part.
Well, would you like to look at the paper?
Yes, thanks. With Adam Dawson.
Okay, so that's the investigator for the attorneys on the case.
Correct.
All right. So when you met with him, then you gave him a statement, but that statement was solely focused on, well, let's see here. There was 16 items listed. You saw that, right?
Is there a back? I didn't see the back.
Have you reviewed this document at any point?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Would you like to review it again?
Yes, please. Thank you. I read the first part. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So when you interviewed with Adam Dawson, the investigator for the defense attorney, he took notes while you talked to him, right?
Yes.
He didn't record the conversation that you know of.
Not that I'm aware.
Were you ever given a transcript of the interview in its entirety, what you talked about?
No.
So were you given this sheet of paper, then the summary of the interview?
Yes.
All right, and everything appeared,
Argumentative that it's a summary.
Overruled.
well, it's a summary, right? It's numbered 1 through 16. It's not direct quotes, right?
Correct.
Okay. So out of those 16 items, then, you went through all those. And during those, the main focus was about Marco.
Correct.
And what you testified to, that he was helping draft a letter for insurance and that, of that nature. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The time frame that you talked about of December, well, let me back up there. You interviewed again with the defense. You didn't have another interview then until March of 2024, 7 years later, right?
Correct.
Okay. So between that time frame, you never spoke to the defense?
I spoke to the defense all the time.
Oh, okay. Was anything documented or?
Not about this case, though. About other things.
Okay. Were you part of hiring the defense team?
Yes.
So December through January, December 2016 through January of 2000 timeframe, when you came to Los Angeles, you talked yesterday about, and today a little bit about, you came, I think it was during Christmas, your Boxing Day. Was that December 27th through January 7th? Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
And you were with Monica, you testified the entire time.
Yes.
And you're with her from when you got up until you went to sleep.
Correct.
She was never gone from your presence.
Not that I recall.
Overruled.
Now, during that time frame, you didn't know she was having an affair, as you testified to.
Correct.
Did you ever see her on her phone?
Yes.
Did you know that she had an encrypted app, Viber, and was sending hundreds and hundreds of communications to her lover while you were there?
I had no idea.
She never told you that.
She never told me.
Do you have Viber?
I do not have Viber.
Okay.
I don't know what that is.
So your communication then with the defendant, most of your communication was through regular texting. Is that accurate?
Yes, regular texting, WhatsApp, and phone calls.
Okay, well, are you aware that Monica didn't install WhatsApp until January 27th of 2017?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so your communication on WhatsApp would have to have been after that date. Is that?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained as formed.
Are you testifying that you communicated with Monica on WhatsApp before Fabio's murder?
I don't remember when I put it on my phone or when she had it on her phone, but we used it.
Okay, well, yesterday you testified that you were texting her on WhatsApp. So just to confirm then, you weren't texting with her on WhatsApp before the murder?
Well, if you tell me she didn't have it on her phone, then I was mistaken. But
Okay,
we
fair
did
enough.
after.
All right. Now, during that January time frame, December to January, you're with her the whole time. And I have page 272. It is an 18-page document of text messages between Ms. Crescentini and Monica Sementilli. If I may mark that, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
As 272.
Very good.
Okay, showing you the first page then, that's you on 12/27.
I'm sorry, Counsel. Yes, 272.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
That's you on 12/27, you're flying in, and that's when you're arriving in Los Angeles, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you're there till January 7th, right?
6th or 7th, I can't remember. Had to be back at work on the Monday.
So on January 3rd, I blocked out your number, you're texting her around 4:20, where are you? Right?
Yes, that's what it says.
So you weren't with her this second, right?
Not at that second,
All
apparently.
right. Well, then we get down to, go from 4:22, now we're down to 9:06 at night. Hello? Bino's calling. You don't know where she is now, right?
No, she could have been inside, and I was on the patio, and I just texted her to come out. I don't recall this, but
Okay, so
that's a
between-
possibility.
Sure. Between 4:22 and 9:06, you don't have a response and you're looking for her. So you don't know where she is.
She might have been in the house again.
Or she might have been out with her boyfriend.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
She
Do you know
never
where she
left.
was?
She never. I don't remember her ever leaving.
Okay.
So-
And then, again, on January 6th, and this is page 2, January 6th, 11 o'clock at night, come out my last night. Do you know where she was?
Inside?
Is that what you remember?
Yes.
Okay. So you aren't with her every second.
We were in the house together. She wasn't stuck to my hip.
Well, to be fair, yesterday you said I was with her every second.
She was with me all the time. We were in the same house. I mean, I didn't go with her to the bathroom either.
All right, so on March 4th, then, you had another interview, and this is 2024, with the defense team again, and that was 7 years later, which I kind of alluded to earlier, right? 7 years after the murder.
Yes.
And you were called by the defense team when you lived in Canada. Do you remember that? You got a phone call.
Yes.
Who was it that called you?
I believe it was Leonard.
Do you know for sure?
It could have been Adam.
The investigator?
Yes.
So you don't remember the specifics of this call?
I'm not sure which call you're referring to. Like,
Well-
I remember talking to somebody about my statement, then it was Adam.
It was Adam. So on March 4th, 2024, you spoke with Adam Dawson, the investigator, on the phone while you were in Canada about the facts of this case.
Correct.
All right. And then again, do you know if that call was recorded?
I have no idea.
Did you ever see a transcript of that, of everything that you communicated with Mr. Dawson regarding the facts of this case?
A transcript? No.
Did you receive the report then that is item numbers 1 through 14?
Yes.
Okay. You did. Were you able to review that?
Yes.
And everything in there was accurate?
Yes.
Now, in that report, and what you testified to was that your usual routine was to call your sister between 4:30 and 5 East Coast time and talk to her while you're having wine.
Correct.
All right. Minor detail, but in court you said 5:30, so time frame of, you said 4:30 to 5, now it's 5:30, but still in the general time frame, right?
That's right. When
All
I
right.
got home from work. Whenever I
Okay.
got home from work.
When you talked to her then, since she didn't have WhatsApp, how did you talk to her? On her cell?
Objection, misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Calls for speculation.
How did you talk to her?
I either called her house line or I called her cell phone.
Okay. And when you communicated her, what did you communicate with her most of the time?
Like, which line did I use?
Yes.
I don't know. I would try both. I'd try the house and then I'd call her. Usually it's her cell, I would say.
Okay. Now, I have a 2-page AT&T document, if I may mark this as People's 273.
Yes.
It's cell phone records for the defendant. Let me just black out. Well, I'm not going to publish this, but I'm going to publish a number. There's too many. May I first? All right, your number's not blacked out, but can you review the number right here that's highlighted, line item 4 and 5? Is that your phone number?
4 and 5?
Yes.
These two numbers?
Well, not that
Oh,
one.
these ones?
Yes.
Yes, that's my number.
Okay. So on the day of the murder, then you can see here, this is converted for UTC. So really, the phone call on the day of the murder, which would be 1:23, the only phone call that shows here is a call at 6:08 p.m. your time. Right here, because it's converted to UTC, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, there's no calls earlier in the day when you talked about it 2:30, 3:30 on the day of the murder.
Yeah.
Objection date is to win, and
I just said the day of the murder.
It's overruled.
I might have called the house line then.
Okay,
I'm not
you don't
sure.
remember.
I don't remember.
But it
which number
definitely
I
isn't in your cell phone records for the defendant. You just saw that you had any conversation with her the day of the murder on her cell phone.
Didn't it say the day of the murder that I called at
At
6:08?
6:08 p.m.
Right, which in,
Nothing earlier at 2:30 as you testified to, on this record.
I called her when I got home from work. I know this for sure.
Okay. So, again, you talked about you're very close to your sister. You talked to her. Is it fair you talked to her almost every day? You said sometimes 2-3 times a day. Is that right?
Yes, usually we talked every day. There were days when I didn't speak to her because we were going out or I stayed late at work. But mostly every day, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, yes.
And then before she moved and you lived with her in Canada, you hung out with her, you testified practically every day. You were very close.
Yes,
Would you consider her your best friend?
yes.
Very close, you love her, you trust her?
I love her, I trust her, one of my closest friends, yes.
Did you talk about everything?
I did,
Okay. Obviously, you didn't know about the affair this entire time, correct?
correct.
All right. Now, the wake on June 29th that we referred to, or counsel referred to yesterday, you hear about this awful murder. It was a terrible experience. You flew out. You were comforting Monica. You testified yesterday that when you got there, she was holding this sweater, and there was a hole in it, some version of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now, and you also testified that she stayed, your statement was she stayed with that sweater until the wake. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, did she then let go of the sweater when Rob Baker arrived at the wake?
Objection, argumentative.
Still ruled.
she didn't have it the night of the wake,
Well, she
but all
stayed
the
with
days leading up to the wake,
Okay, so she stayed with the sweater until the wake.
yes.
When Rob Baker was there, was she holding the sweater then?
No, she wasn't holding the sweater when anyone came
Okay.
that night.
Now, you thought when Rob Baker got there that it was, you noticed him. It was weird, right?
I noticed him, it was weird,
And why was it weird to you?
because I knew him as a racquetball coach when I met him, and I thought it was weird that a racquetball coach would be hugging her and consoling her like that.
And it became a thing where everyone was talking about it. Well, when I say everyone, Morella was talking about it, Deborah was talking about it, your mom was upset, everyone that you were close to was upset about this guy, Rob Baker, being there.
I remember Deborah being very upset, coming in and saying, I don't like that guy, telling my mom, I don't like that guy, he shouldn't be here, what's he doing here? And she kind of riled up everybody, including myself and Morella.
Okay, so Deborah riled up everybody.
Yes,
Your mom, though, was upset that he was there.
after Deborah spoke to her, yes,
And your mom had met him before
yes.
at a lunch.
A lunch or a dinner, an afternoon.
And your mom was so upset that she told him to fuck off.
I never heard that, and that is very unlike my mother.
Right. It's unlike her. She wouldn't say that unless she's very upset, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
She would never say that. Oh,
So after Rob was directed to leave then, you guys talked about how strange that was Rob was there, right?
who's we?
You, Monica, Morella, Deborah.
Me, Deborah, and Morella talked about
Okay.
it.
And did you ask Monica about it?
No,
Why not?
I just didn't.
Well, it was suspicious. It was strange. You saw them whispering. You never asked your sister, like, hey, what's going on?
No, I told her, okay, everybody's outside, come make your way outside. And she did. She followed me. She sat on the couch, on
Did
the
she
patio
tell you?
couch.
I'm sorry. Did she tell you that night that's the man that I've been having an affair with?
No,
Okay, so that night then a neighbor came over and brought a DVD. Do you remember that?
yes,
And that DVD was of I think the term was the robbers. Is that right?
the DVD was, yes.
Well,
I
at
don't
this
know
point-
what term he used to describe it to me. He said, this is the surveillance. You can see 2 people on it, he might have said these are the robbers. I don't remember his exact words.
Okay. And this DVD then, the neighbor came over and said they had a copy of a DVD showing two people jogging up the street, right?
Yes,
And you knew that it's believed to be the two men that broke in the house and killed your brother-in-law.
I didn't know it was two men. I knew it was burglars. That's
Okay.
what I was told. Burglars.
Eventually you watched it.
Yes, we watched it.
So at the first point you didn't know, but you knew it included possibly the people who killed your brother-in-law.
Yes.
So what did you do with the DVD?
I gave it to my mom, and I told her, put this away and we'll watch it tomorrow.
You didn't want to watch it right away.
No.
And then did
It
you
was
tell-
the night of the wake. We had people there. That's why we did
I
it.
understand. Did you tell Monica that you had it?
I told her the next day.
But you understand that the police already had this, right?
Yes, the neighbor told me that.
Okay, so this was just an extra copy for you to look at.
Correct.
And then the next day, did you tell Monica, hey, we have the video that shows the two people possibly that broke into the house and killed Fabio?
I believe what I did was I gave it to her nephews, Anthony and Daniel, and I asked them to view it while my sister and I believe Marco or Ernie, somebody, we went to go pick up the Porsche from Impound.
So you gave it to somebody else to view?
Yes.
Right, okay. And at some point, Monica came home and you told her that you had this video from the neighbor, and this is the next day, so we're talking about January 30th at this point. You told her that you had this video for her to view.
I had this video and I gave it to the boys to watch, and if she wanted to see it.
And was she upset with you?
She was upset that I didn't tell her right away, that I didn't show her right away.
Did she view it?
Yes.
And after she viewed it, did she come out and say, oh my gosh, I recognize that guy running up the street because I've been having an affair with him for the last year, and I can recognize his body type and how he moves?
It's overruled.
Did she tell you that?
No, absolutely not.
Did she say anything about
No.
recognizing the man that she'd been involved with for over a year on video?
No.
February 2nd through 4th, then, you flew back to Canada for the funeral. Did Monica go with you?
Yes.
And you said that Monica stayed at her mom's house, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's in Woodbridge?
Yes.
All right. Is that where she always stayed?
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, one last question. The night of the wake, did Monica tell you that when Rob Baker was there, he gave her a burner phone?
No.
Do you know what a burner phone is?
I watch TV, so yes.
Okay. She never said anything about getting a burner phone that night.
No.
All right. February 2nd through 4th, then, when you flew back, that was the viewing at the funeral home for Fabio, and then eventually his cremation. Is that correct?
Yes.
So on Friday and Saturday, which is February 3rd and 4th, there was a viewing at a funeral home. Did you guys all go to that?
Yes.
And then Sunday the 6th was the mass, a reception, and a cremation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you could just describe Monica's demeanor during this time, does she appear that she's affected at all by this?
Of course, she was very sad, devastated, quiet. At times I had to lead her. She wanted me to sit beside her. She wanted to... There were so many people coming those 3 days. Fabio was a very popular person. A lot of people came, and she cried. She laughed with some people when they told her stories about Fab, memories, just like Morella did, just like I did. She was heartbroken.
And then I believe it was, you mentioned, you wrote out a statement trying to memorialize your memories from that day, right, at some point, and gave it to the defense attorneys?
My handwritten,
Yes.
yes.
When did you write that, by the way?
Oh, I was still at that house on Queen Victoria, so I was still in Monica's house. So it must have been before we sold it, which was in February of 2018. So maybe January, maybe December 2017,
January of 2017?
or after.
Sorry.
Yeah, 18.
2018.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. You wrote out the best that you could remember memories from the day of the murder, the day after
I was
the
not
murder.
told to write memories.
I'm sorry?
I was not told to write memories.
Well, what did you write?
I was told to write down an account of what happened that day, like who was there, what did you do, where did you go, and that's what I did.
And the defense told you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So on February, that funeral in Canada, February 3rd, 4th, 5th, then you wrote down that Monica was feeling ill and emotional, and so you took her home early. Do you remember taking her home early?
Yes, from the reception.
From the reception. She was drained physically, she was emotionally drained and physically exhausted.
Correct.
Is that fair? Okay.
Yes.
And you stayed with her until your parents got home because you were worried about her.
Yes.
Did you know that those 3 days, February 3rd, 4th, and 6th, that she was sending explicit, graphic, sexually explicit photos of herself naked to her boyfriend?
No, obviously I did not know.
And did you know that she was sending them from your parents' house?
I had no idea.
If I may approach to show some photos. This is February 3rd.
Of course, again, Councilman, you do not need permission.
February 3rd, if you want to take a look at those.
Do I look or wait? I don't need to see these.
Okay, so February 3rd, these are graphically explicit naked photos, and that's the day of Fabio's viewing, right?
I didn't see the date.
Well-
You tell me.
February 3rd is the viewing, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Is that your mom's bed then in that one photo that she's laying on naked and the photo that she sent?
It looks like.
That's your mom's bed?
I'm not sure whose bed that is.
Okay, well, that's in your mom's house with the dresser right there.
Can I see the dresser? Yes, that is, I recognize the dresser. It's in my mom's house.
Okay.
It's not my mom's bed.
And then on Saturday, again, the viewing. You want to take a look at those photographs? Okay, so that's pictures of her vagina.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, so again, February 4th, the viewing on Saturday, these pictures you reviewed it. Again, it's a picture of the defendant's vagina, blocked out, of course. A picture of her laying, showing her breasts. That's her wedding ring. You recognize your sister's wedding ring, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then a picture of her finger in her vagina. Blocked out, right? Right? That's what you just saw?
Yes, that's what I saw.
Did you know that was, again, at your parents' house?
No, of course not. I didn't know any of this.
Okay. Then February 5th was the mass and the reception and Fabio's cremation. You want to take a look at those photos?
Do I have to?
Yeah, you do. You recognize those photos?
Your Honor, again, I would object. The witness has already testified she was not aware of
I've already ruled on this, counsel.
Thank you.
So you recognize that as the naked photo in the bathroom showing her vagina and her bare breasts. Is that your parents' bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a photograph of her standing, taking a picture of her backside, naked in a mirror. Is that your parents' bathroom?
Yes.
Another photo in the shower, naked, showing her vagina and her breasts. Is that your parents' bathroom as well?
Yes.
And then there's a photo, naked breasts, pulling her pants down, showing her vagina. Do you recognize that room as your parents' house?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And then lastly, laying on another bed with some sheets with blue flowers, showing her breasts and her pants pulled down. Is that your parents' house?
I don't recognize the sheets, Lauren, and there's not enough in the background for me to confirm.
All right. And again, that Sunday was the day that Fabio, there's a mass with a lot of people there, and she was distraught and crying and very upset, right?
Yes, she was.
And that was actually the day that her husband was cremated.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after, while she's in Canada, February 2nd through 4th, that time frame, did she ever tell you then that she was having and had been having an affair with Robert Baker?
She,
Your Honor, asked and answered, please.
Not by this prosecutor, it's overruled.
I answer. She never told me, ever.
So February 8th then, Monica flew home. She left Canada and she flew home. It was her anniversary with Fabio. You knew that, right?
Yes.
Did you know, and in your letter that you wrote, memorializing, you said that she left with the girls to go back home because she wanted to be alone with Fabio's things. She wanted time, right?
Yes.
She wanted time to grieve alone with the girls.
Correct.
Did you know that when she landed, she immediately went out with Baker, but didn't go home to grieve with her girls?
I did not know.
Did you know that her girls were texting her, asking her late at night when she was coming home?
I did not know.
Okay. Then you were worried about her, so on February 9th, which was the very next day after her anniversary, after she'd been out with Baker, you flew to Los Angeles because you were worried about her, right?
Yes.
And I think you wrote also again that you were worried that she was too depressed.
Yes.
So you got to LA on February 9th, and then 3 days later on the 12th, you went to dinner with Monica and the girls at Fabio's best friend's house, Ernie Valorano. Is that right?
I don't know if it was 3 days later, but yes, we did go to Ernie's house for dinner with the girls.
Within a few days, not holding you to the date, you went to Ernie's house for dinner.
Correct.
Did
Correct.
you ride there with Monica?
Yes.
Okay, so you went with Monica. Did the girls meet there?
Yes.
Now, after dinner, did Monica tell you that she was going out with her friend Sheila?
Yes.
And you told her you wanted to go with her.
Yes. I said, why can't I come?
She wouldn't let you go, right?
She said I wanted to be with my friends.
Did you know that she was actually meeting Robert Baker?
No.
Did you know that she stayed out until 12:59 a.m. with Robert Baker?
I knew she came home around 1.
And you were texting her, asking her about when she was going to come home, right?
I think I did.
Oops. what I already marked as People's 272. Okay, this is, on 272, she texted you at 10:11 at night and said, "I'm 5 minutes from Ernie's karaoke." That's after she left Ernie's, right?
Yes,
So she went out and texted you, and this is after she told you you couldn't go.
correct.
Now, when she told you you couldn't go, she left in her car, and you had to get a ride home with the girls, right?
Correct.
So you took the girls home.
Yes.
And then that same, turning into the early morning hours, you're asking her at 12:59, which is almost 1 in the morning, you on your way home.
Yes.
Were you worried where she was?
I was wondering why it was taking so long.
And she told you she was out with Sheila, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Okay. Now, during this time, you started talking a lot more, I should say, to Deborah Obad. Is that right?
A lot more?
Well, you had known Deborah for years, right?
Yes.
So when you came to LA, that was one of Monica's first friends. So you got to know Deborah because if Monica's your closest friend, best friend, and that's one of her good friends, you knew Deborah.
Yes.
All right. So you and Deborah started talking, and you knew at this point that Deborah was very suspicious of Rob Baker. She was talking to you about that.
I don't remember her ever mentioning Rob Baker. I remember her making jokes about my sister. Oh, your sister, why is she all dressed up? I think she has a boyfriend, something like to that effect.
Well, didn't Deborah tell you that Deborah believed that your sister had been having an affair with Rob Baker, and you said my sister would never do that?
I don't remember her saying his name, but yes, I have no doubt that I said that.
So is it fair you believed your sister would never be cheating on Fabio before he was killed?
Correct. I would believe that she never would.
And during this time afterwards, you did not believe her to be having an affair with anybody, much less Rob Baker?
Correct.
Now, were you aware that Deborah was investigating a lot of your sister's activities on her own, such as calling the police, letting the police know things? Did you know all that?
Objection. Facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know if Deborah was calling the police at all?
Yes.
And she was?
Yes.
And what was she calling them about?
I know specifically that she told me she sent a picture of Rob to the police.
Okay.
And the picture was of the night at the wake.
Oh, with a cut on his finger.
Correct.
Now, did that concern you at all?
No.
Did you ever start having suspicions that Rob Baker could have been involved in the murder of Fabio?
Never.
Despite Deborah, did she talk about she thought Rob was involved?
She never told me that. She thought, I came to assume that she believed that Monica and Rob were having an affair at some point.
Why did you come to assume that?
Because she would make comments all the time, but I don't remember her ever saying Rob.
Did you ever ask Monica about what Deborah was saying?
Yes, I did.
And what did Monica tell you?
Specifically, I asked her, what kind of friend is that would be making jokes like this? Like, I get it, one time it's funny, but to continue on. And Monica said, she's just jealous because I'm working out and I lost a lot of weight and I look good. And you know, she thinks that everybody who works out and loses weight and looks good is cheating.
All right. So when you were visiting her then, and this is the night when you, this is the February 10th through the 19th, that time frame, when you went to dinner at Ernie's, and then she went out. Again, you testified that you were there from February 10th through the 19th. Does that sound right?
Yeah, around those days, yeah.
And yesterday you were testifying again that you were with her
All the
every
time.
minute. Same thing, pretty much?
Yeah, pretty much the same
What
thing.
states the evidence?
Overruled.
All right, so February, and again, this is People's 272. At the top here, Anna, hi, are you okay? What is your ETA? And that's at 2:53, and she talks about how she's driving from Encino and traffic, right?
Yes.
And then Monica is asking if her daughter Bella's home, and you're saying she's not home, and now we're into the 4:12 time frame.
Correct?
Okay, so you weren't with her at this time.
No,
So you weren't with her every second.
not every second.
All right. And then when she went out, Ernie's, when she went out, she told you Sheila, but it was really Rob. You weren't with her then. Right?
That's correct.
All right. And then 2:13, the day after she went out, this is the following day, you're texting her about you're waiting to speak to a counselor, should be any minute, and are you done? You're having a whole conversation, and Monica's talking about still here. Are you with one of her daughters somewhere?
I believe that I was taking either maybe Isabella to see a counselor
Okay. For therapy?
or therapy.
Is Isabella the only one that you know that had therapy?
Yes. At
So-
that time, yes.
You're texting Monica, so you're not with her then.
No, clearly I drove Bella.
So you're taking her daughter to therapy.
Yes.
And then on, let's see, now let's jump to, February 16th while you're still there. Again, you're texting with Monica. She's still here. Do you know where she was?
No.
All right.
What date was that?
2:16?
No, but I do remember her going back and forth to the dealership about Fab's F-150.
All right. And then you're texting her, you're making, by noon, you're making eggs for her daughter, you're doing her laundry, you're watering her plants, and you're cleaning up the dishes, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there's multiple multiple texts where you go down, and it says text me when you're on your way. So again, you weren't with her at this time either.
No, not around lunchtime, I guess.
And then on 2/19, that's when you flew home, is that correct? Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, around that day, yeah.
Right. So Monica's texting you in the morning then, did you, or I don't know, need to say morning, but she's texting you, did you land? And you said just walked into the door. Does that seem accurate then? Then 2/19 is when you went back to Canada.
Yes.
Okay. So to be fair, you weren't with her every second again on this other trip to Los Angeles.
No,
And you don't know what she was always doing or texting during those times.
I don't know what she was texting for sure.
Did you know that as soon as you left on February 19th, that day, that she immediately went out with Rob Baker to the Parlor Bar, which is a bar in Los Angeles, and then back to his apartment until 12:20 in the morning and got home at 2:20 in the morning?
I am not aware.
Okay. Did you know that 2 days after that, on February 21, she was back out with Baker and went to the Parlor Bar again, and then the Dime Bar, and then that time she got home at 1:30 in the morning?
Still rule.
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of any of these things.
Did you know that 2 days after the 21st, on the 23rd, that she went out with Baker again and got home that time at 4:22 in the morning?
I'm not aware.
Did you know that 2 days after that date, on February 25th, that she went to Baker's apartment and got home at 3:14 in the morning?
Still rule.
I am not aware.
Were you aware that during all those times when she's out until 2, 3, 4 in the morning, your nieces are texting her, asking her when she's coming home because they're home alone?
I was not aware.
You referenced earlier that you felt safe in the house because Detective Parshall, told you it's fine, it's safe, because they're knock-knock burglars and they won't come back, right? That's why you're saying you felt safe.
Yes.
So you know that Parshall is deceased and not here to testify, right?
Yes.
And Parshall didn't tell you, though, you don't need any surveillance equipment, don't get it fixed. He never said that.
No, he never said that.
He didn't say, you know what, don't lock your doors, don't take any precautions. He didn't say that.
Well,
Right.
of course, I locked the doors and we took precautions. We changed the locks. We had the locks changed, all of that.
The security system, the cameras that secure the house, you're aware that those were not replaced and were not working from the day Fabio was murdered until the time of Monica's arrest.
Correct.
Did that concern you with the girls being in the house alone, knowing that a murder had occurred at that house, that those surveillance cameras were not fixed, a new DVR box, things of that nature?
I didn't seem too concerned because it didn't help the first time.
Well, that's because her boyfriend stole the DVR box, right?
I don't know.
Misstates the evidence and argumentative.
Sustained on the second ground.
Are you aware that Rob Baker took the DVR box after he murdered your brother-in-law?
I was aware that the DVD box or whatever it's called was missing.
Where was the DVR box?
It was in the garage.
Okay. How did you know that?
I saw it every time we went into the garage where they had their car.
Now, State Farm, then you are aware that State Farm, because you were involved in helping get reimbursement for the house, for what was stolen, broken, things of that nature.
Correct.
So you were involved in assisting Monica with that.
Yes.
And they gave money then to Monica to aid in making herself whole again, basically recoup what was lost, stolen, broken, things of that nature.
I know that they helped. I know that they did some stuff around the house. I'm not aware of any personal things I gave to Monica.
Well, when you say they did stuff around the house, they gave money and Monica did stuff around the house. She hired people.
Yes.
Okay, and that was repainting,
Yes.
that was getting new carpet,
Yes.
new drapes,
Yes.
but not a new security system.
I think that was on the list.
It was on whose list?
Her list of things to do.
Was it ever done?
No, because when I went, it wasn't done.
When the security system then, are you aware that your sister could access the security system that she had from her phone?
Yes.
You knew that.
Yes.
So are you aware then that the police had been asking repeatedly when Parshall is talking to you and your sister, a key piece that Parshall wanted to know was that security system, because if you can find the security system or the iCloud, you can get a lot of information on who entered that house, right?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you understand that that security system needed to be recovered? The iCloud, the data.
Objection calls for separation.
Can you repeat the question?
All right,
I'm
let
sorry.
me rephrase it.
Yes.
Were you aware that Detective Parshall was asking for information on that security system, because if the DVR box is gone, they don't know the brand, they don't know the make, the model, who installed it, they don't know anything. You knew that.
I did not know that. I did not know he was asking her for any kind of information.
Did she ever tell you that he was asking her over and over and over to give him some information or paperwork that related to the brand, make, model, company who installed it?
Objection, misstates the evidence and facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
I don't remember. I don't remember that. I don't remember knowing about that. I know we all looked for if she had manuals for the DVD box in her garage, but I don't remember who requested it. I think it was just
Did you know that
tried to find information.
Did you know that your sister never provided the detectives any information that she had on that DVR system?
I was not aware.
Did you know that your sister had, with that remote access, involved a password that she actually had emails from the company regarding that DVR system and how to access it?
I'm not aware of that either.
Did you know that your sister is the one who actually met with the company who installed the DVR and the cameras.
I was not aware of that.
Did you know that your sister sent that information about the DVR and how to view it remotely to her boyfriend, Rob Baker, months before the murder?
I did not know that either.
Monica came back to Canada February 26th through March 3rd for that 1 month memorial. You remember that?
Yes.
Did she stay at your mom's again?
Yes.
And you had a memorial for Fabio.
Yes.
And how was she now that it's, a month and a half or so later, February 26th through March 3rd? What's her demeanor now?
Obviously very sad, very quiet, reserved, didn't want to go anywhere, didn't want to do anything. We convinced her to come out for dinner one night.
She flew home on March 3rd then. Does that sound right?
It sounds right. I don't remember the date, though.
Were her girls with her on the trip?
Yeah, I believe so.
On the March 3rd trip?
Yes.
Did you know that when she got home on March 3rd, she immediately went to a hotel with Rob Baker until 6:18 in the morning?
No, I was not aware.
The Myrtle Beach trip, you knew she was going to Myrtle Beach, right?
Yes.
And you believe that she went there alone?
Yes. In the beginning, yes.
All right. Is that what she told you?
Yes.
And why did she tell you that she was going?
She was going because that was where Fabio would have wanted to spend his 50th birthday, and he had planned to go there with his friends, and so she wanted to go there for him.
Wasn't his 50th birthday planned in Pebble Beach?
As far as I knew, it was always South Carolina, but I
So you don't know anything about a 50th birthday party that was planned in Pebble Beach? Monica never told you that?
I thought it was always Myrtle Beach.
All right. Is that what she told you?
Yes.
Did she tell you that her boyfriend, Rob Baker, is from that area?
No, I didn't know.
Did she
didn't
tell
tell
you
me
that-
anything about Robert Baker.
Did she tell you that she was going to Myrtle Beach with her boyfriend, Rob Baker?
No.
Did she tell you that she was going there and going to attend a bike week?
No.
So when she's in Myrtle Beach, you began texting her, is that correct?
Yes.
And why were you texting her? What were you texting her about?
I was very concerned. She was there alone. I thought it was weird that she wanted to be there alone because she never traveled alone before. But everybody seemed to be okay with it. I asked other people, don't you find it weird? And I asked my husband, he's like, no, makes perfect sense. She wants to do something on her own and just think of Fabio, and that made sense to me. But at some point during our conversations on the phone, I got the distinct impression she wasn't alone.
What gave you that impression?
I don't remember exactly, just the way she was answering me. And then I think I questioned her, are you with somebody there? Is somebody with you? I know you're not alone. And then she just stopped answering my texts.
And if I may mark, it's 5 pages. If I may mark, it's People's 274. It's text messages between the defendant and Anna beginning on June 27th, 2017.
Yes.
All right, starting here.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Yeah, just.
May. Sorry, May 27th. I said it wrong. May 27th, 2017. Yeah. Is that your text to her then?
Yes.
Hi, how's it going? What are you doing?
Yes.
And is this when she's in Myrtle Beach?
I would assume so, yes, from what I remember.
Okay, so she says, good, really hot, I'm at the beach. You have some small talk, right?
Yes.
And then it looks like she sends you some pictures of possibly a beach. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And then your text goes on. She's talking about the food there. And again, you think she's alone at this point. Is that right?
It's blurry.
Just wait a second. All right. You think she's alone at this point.
Yes, I said go to a fancy restaurant,
All
yes,
right. And then there's some more texts. You want her to call you,
correct.
and that's on 5/28, the next day. Now, were you talking to her on the phone when she was in Myrtle Beach?
I talked to her a few times on the phone, yes, I remember that.
And she never told you she was with anyone?
No,
And then as you go into then, you appear to be getting frustrated. On 5/28 at 8:21 at night, I don't understand, Monica. I know you're not there alone, so why don't you just tell me your sister, your best friend? At least I thought, who are you with? Is this when you start questioning if she's telling you the truth?
this is when I started questioning if she was there alone, yes.
And you go on, what is the big secret? And you send multiple texts, correct, asking about that.
Correct,
And then Monica responds to you, by myself. I don't have to lie. I can do what and when I please without explanation. That's her response to you.
yes,
But that actually was a lie. She was with somebody,
apparently, yes.
right? You get more frustrated. You have several more texts with her then during this time frame. Wait for it to not be blurry. Let me turn the page to the right. Is it fair that you're getting upset now by her response? You say that's bullshit.
Yes,
Monica says you don't have to understand, no one does, it's not for anyone but me, and tells you good night. Your texts continue. At this point, are you calling her?
I think I tried calling her and she wasn't answering,
All right.
but I really don't remember.
So you then send multiple texts. I won't read them all, but you're basically frustrated. You're trying to get her to respond to you. You're asking her what's the secret. Are you with a guy? You just want to know.
Correct,
But she won't tell you.
no.
Council, let me interrupt you. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies. See you back here. Sementilli. The defendant is present, all counsel present, jury, and alternate present. Ms. Crescentini, you swear under oath. People may continue.
Where I left off, we were going through the Myrtle Beach time frame and the text on 272 is back up. So again, during that trip, you're texting her about where she is, what she's doing. She's not answering you, right? And then, is that correct? At the beginning?
Correct.
And then on the 28th, she says, Monica says to you, OMG, are you crazy? I'm here alone and have been answering to everyone. At which point you responded that you don't believe her. Had you known your sister to lie to you?
I've never known her to lie to me before.
But now you do.
I suspected she was lying.
And now in court you know that your sister is lying to you.
Yes.
So you actually accused her of lying then. You said you are lying, I know you. So you know your sister, you know when she's lying.
Correct.
And you feel like you know your sister really well. So at this point you knew this wasn't true.
I suspected it wasn't true.
All right. And as you go on, you have many, many, many more texts about going through them where you are telling her you're going to go. Were you going to go to Myrtle Beach?
I was going to go wherever she was.
Why?
Because I was mad she wasn't answering me, and I thought she was there with somebody. Friends, whoever, but I wanted to know why she was not telling me the whole truth.
Okay. And you continue to send her multiple texts pleading, I'm your sister, please, Monica. And when you state you're getting the silent treatment again, it's because she's not answering you.
That's correct.
And again, the texts go on where you're sending her many texts pleading with her to answer you, and you're not getting any response. Is that right?
That's right. I think she's with her friends.
And then finally she does answer you and says, I have no reason to lie to you. Capitalized, meaning because you're her sister and you're the one closest to her, why would she lie to you, right?
It's capitalized because I'm the one accusing her at this moment.
All right. And again, she is lying to you right now in this text, though.
I can see that, yep.
Right. So, you were suspicious when she was in Myrtle Beach, so you testified that you used her password to go in and check her email.
Oh, after she came back.
After she came back. When was that, do you know?
End of May, beginning of June.
All right. So she was back around May 30th, so sometime after that. Were you using your computer in Toronto area or Woodbridge to go into her email?
I was using my husband's computer. He was using. We were together. My husband was looking.
So at that point, you said you had her passwords, right?
Yes.
Had you ever gone in and checked her email before?
No.
So this was the first time that you went into her personal email because you suspected that she was lying to you.
I don't remember the reason, but I did it. So yes.
And when you went in there then, you testified that you found some other things, such as she was referring to herself as Madonna. Is that right?
I said I found a note where it was signed Madonna and Rob. Not signed, but typed Madonna and Rob, signed off.
Had you ever heard your sister refer to herself as Madonna?
Never.
And that particular website was, or email that you saw was referencing meeting up with other couples or swinging.
I assumed that's what it was, yes.
Did you ever know, or did your sister ever tell you that she was swinging, meaning have sex with other couples?
No.
Did your sister ever tell you that she was a member and participated over 800 times logging into an app called Lifestyle Lounge, which was for people who swing?
No.
Then when you went into the emails, did you talk to Deborah Obad about that?
Yes.
And again, did Deborah Obad tell you that Monica had been cheating on Fabio and in a relationship with this Rob Baker?
That was the first time she mentioned Rob Baker's name to me.
Okay, so she didn't say the name's Rob Baker, but when she talked about before, she did talk to you about Monica cheating, having an affair, seeing someone, right?
She only made jokes in reference to me.
Well, what kind of joke?
Like, look at your sister, she's so skinny, she must be having an affair. Look at her, where's she going with those boots? She must be going to meet somebody. Things like that.
Well, when was that?
Before Fab even died.
Okay. So she made jokes about it before, but you didn't suspect anything. Then after he died, at that point, Deborah definitely had her suspicions about Rob Baker and was talking to you about it.
Objection calls for speculation.
It's compound, just stand on that ground.
Did Deborah talk to you about Rob Baker specifically having a relationship with your sister after Fabio died?
Call for hearsay objection.
Overruled.
I don't remember her ever saying his name to me before that conversation that I had about Myrtle Beach and the emails that I found.
Okay, well then, rather than say his name, did she talk about the racquetball guy? You knew, or reference Rob Baker. You knew who he was.
I don't remember her referencing racquetball player or anything like that. I really don't.
Now, after she came back from Myrtle Beach, did you confront her then? Let's talk about first about her trip to Myrtle Beach.
Are you talking about my sister now?
Yes.
So when she came to Canada, yes, I confronted her along with my mom.
You and your mom, what did you confront her about?
We asked her if she was having an affair.
And what did she tell you?
She didn't answer us. She just said, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." She was quiet. And I said, "Monica, are you having an affair? Is it with Rob?" And she just said, "I can't believe this. I can't believe this." And then I showed her the printout of whatever that letter said. And I'm like, "Who is Madonna? And who's Rob?" And she said, "I can't believe this. I can't believe this." And she got up and left, went upstairs. Seemed like she was trying to pack. Then she came downstairs. She went outside, started walking down the street. I followed her. I asked her, "Where are you going?" She didn't answer. She was on her phone. I told her, convinced her to come back into the house. She came back into the house. Obviously, my mom and I were devastated. And
Why were you devastated?
because we had no idea that she was having, we assumed that she was. Like, even though she didn't admit it, I can tell that it was true.
Were you devastated that she'd been lying to you?
Yes, devastated that she lied to me, devastated that she had this affair, devastated that she was doing a swinging lifestyle. Like, we were just shocked.
But at this point, sorry, go ahead.
upset.
Go ahead.
But the fact that she had an affair and lied, of course she's going to lie. She wants to cover the affair. Doesn't mean that she had anything to do with his murder.
All right. So when she still didn't admit, though, that she was having an affair to you in Canada, when you confronted her with your mother,
Correct.
she still didn't admit that to you.
She didn't.
All right.
She never came out and said the words.
Well, she never admitted she had an affair with Rob Baker.
She never said those words.
Right.
That's right.
You testified before that, again, this is a subject where it's your sister, it's the person closest to her. Along that line, until her arrest on June 14th, 2017, just to be clear, did she ever tell you that she had been seeing Rob Baker or was currently seeing Rob Baker, anything of that nature?
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
Sorry, can you repeat that one more
Until
time?
her arrest, okay? Did she ever tell you that she had been having an affair with Rob Baker at any time, before Fabio died or after Fabio died?
No, she never admitted anything to me. And I confronted her the night before she left to come back to LA, and the very next day she was arrested.
All right. Did she tell you that her daughter, Jessica, your niece, actually caught Rob Baker in her bed in the Sementilli home in the summer or the spring of 2016 when Fabio was out of town traveling on business? Did she ever tell you that?
Monica never told me that.
Well, you said Monica. Did someone tell you that?
Deborah told me that.
So you did have conversations with Deborah prior about this situation of Jessica finding Rob Baker in your sister's bed.
I believe this,
That's not an evidence.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I believe this conversation happened after Monica was arrested.
All right. So Jessica never told you about what she found in her mom's bed, finding Rob there.
Jessica told me after Monica was arrested, and I spent time with them.
Did she ever tell you that immediately following Fabio's murder, February 21, that she was already going out to bars?
Overruled.
Did my sister
Yes.
tell me that she was going out to bars?
Yes.
No.
Did she tell you she was going to comedy clubs?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was having trouble at home with her daughters, pleading for her to be home while she was out?
No.
Did she ever tell you, ever, about that Viber encrypted app where she could communicate with her lover on it thousands upon thousands of times?
Objection, cumulative.
We're just getting cumulative counsel.
Did she ever tell you that when she went to Vegas, you said the first time she was going with, you don't remember the first time. Is that right? The first time she went to Vegas?
That's correct.
So she never told you that she was going there with Rob Baker that first time in March. Is that right?
That's overruled.
She never told me, no.
Did she ever tell you that she lied to her friends and Wella employees as well as her own kids and told them that she was going with friends? Did she ever tell you that?
No, she told me she was going with friends.
Okay, but did she tell you that she also lied to Wella people about that?
No.
Did she tell you that she also lied to her own kids about that fact?
No.
Did she also tell you that she lied to her friends about that fact?
Objection. Passed against.
Overruled.
No.
When she went back to Las Vegas in May, she told you she was going, you testified with Sheila and Rob, right?
Sheila and Sheila's husband.
Okay, Sheila and Sheila's husband. Did she tell you that she was also going with Rob Baker?
No.
Did she tell you that she paid for the suite in Las Vegas?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
No.
Did she tell you that she paid over a $500 dinner for a birthday dinner with her boyfriend?
No, again, she's kept that from me because she's having an affair, and obviously she didn't want anyone to know.
Including her own sister, who was her best friend, who talked to her 2 to 3 times every day.
That's correct.
All right. Did she tell you that, ever that she was a member of a swinging group?
Never.
Did she tell you that she had sex with other men while her boyfriend, Rob Baker, watched her on FaceTime?
No.
Did she tell you that she lied to the police and said she knew nothing about the surveillance system when in fact she is the person who had it installed and had all the paperwork?
Objection, asked and answered, cumulative.
That's not correct. It's overruled.
No.
Did she tell you that she wanted to ditch her last name Sementilli?
Objection, argumentative.
It's overruled.
Facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
No.
Did she tell you that after she's arrested, in letters to her lover Rob Baker and jail calls to him, she talked about wanting to ditch her last name Sementilli and be called Mrs. Baker?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
No.
Did she tell you that prior to Fabio's murder, she referred to herself as Mrs. Baker?
No.
Did she tell you that prior to Fabio's murder, when she was at Rob Baker's house, that she wrote Mrs. Baker in lipstick on his mirror in his bedroom?
No.
Did she tell you that she had told people at the gym that she was unhappy in her marriage prior to the murder of Fabio?
No. I knew she told them that she was lonely. She would tell me that too.
Okay, my question is, did she tell you that she told them she was unhappy in her marriage?
No.
Facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Based on everything that you've testified, is it still your testimony that you trust what your sister says to you?
I believe my sister. I know she was lying because she was hiding an affair. She knew I
That's not
wouldn't
my
agree. Do I trust her? Yes.
Do you trust her to tell you the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Crescentini, you testified in response to my questions earlier that you learned at some point that Monica had been having an affair with Rob Baker, correct?
Yes.
And that was after you, with your husband, went on Monica's emails up in Canada, where, because she had used your family's computers, the passwords were already stored, correct?
Correct.
You didn't separately find passwords to go into her computer. She had just openly used your computers at your home to access her emails, correct?
That's correct.
And the prosecutor, after you testified that you were unaware that Monica had been having an affair, came up and showed you a series of explicit sexual photos that Monica had exchanged with Robert Baker, correct?
Yes.
And she asked you repeated questions about whether you had seen those photos or knew about those photos.
She did, yes.
And she suggested to you that you somehow, if you had known about Monica sending explicit sexual photos, that would mean that Monica wasn't devastated and grieving because someone had killed her husband, correct?
Sustained.
Is it true that during that period that the prosecutor was saying those photos were sent, Monica was in Canada, devastated and grieving based on your observations that Fabio, her husband, had been murdered?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you questions about a phone call you had and described with Monica the day Fabio was murdered. Earlier in the day, late afternoon, early evening, Canada time, and mid-afternoon, LA time. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you described a telephone conversation that you knew you had had, and the prosecutor put up exhibits showing you phone records for Monica's cell phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And she asked you if anywhere on there was evidence or a document that reflected the phone call that you had just earlier testified you had had with Monica on the day Fabio was killed, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I mark as next in order, and forgive me, I don't know them.
627, what is it, please?
627. It is a two-page AT&T document for phone number 818. I'm sorry. Page 1, Ms. Crescentini, of the photograph of, or the copy of this record. Do you recognize the number as the originating number on 12317 at 22:02:19 UTC time? And if I tell you that that in California would be 8 hours less, which would be 14:02 California time and 2:02 p.m., do you recognize that number, that 416?
That is my number.
Okay. And do you recognize the number that you called without saying it?
Yes, that's Monica's phone number, but I don't remember if it's the house or her cell phone.
Okay. And in fact, at that time, 14:02 or 2:02 p.m. on January 23, 2017, did you in fact have a 21-minute, 44-second telephone call with your sister, Monica?
Yes, as I testified before, I called her and we talked.
And specifically, you called her and you talked about the exact things you testified to, correct?
Correct.
So the document the prosecutor showed you of another telephone record for a different telephone line that Monica had didn't reflect any phone call, but this record, just introduced by the defense, clearly reflects that 22-minute call from you to Monica, correct?
Correct.
The prosecutor asked you about some State Farm insurance claims that were suggested that Monica was making for, I think the prosecutor said, drapes and other items. Do you recall that question from the prosecutor?
Yes.
In fact, you did you not suggested to Monica that she contact State Farm and set up a meeting with State Farm, correct?
That is correct. It was my idea.
And in fact, you were there when Monica met with State Farm, correct?
Yes, with Joyce,
Who is Joyce?
the State Farm agent.
And in fact, it was Joyce who identified to Monica from looking at the house what State Farm would like to do in terms of replacing items in the house, correct?
Yes, she went into detail about all the things that they can do. We can replace this, we can paint this. It's all, you don't have to worry. It's all covered. It's part of your policy. And I remember thinking, wow, that's a little bit excessive, but if it's covered, sure. And Monica was in the process of deciding on whether or not she was selling the house. I think she even hired a real estate agent at that point.
And in fact, Monica did not take advantage of everything that Joyce was offering that State Farm would pay for, and only asked for a few items to be covered by State Farm, correct?
That's correct. She wanted the piece of carpeting in her room, the fingerprint, like painting, the fingerprint dust off. That's about it. Reimburse her for changing the locks. I can't remember what else, but basic things that I agreed with. And then when Joyce came over, she said, "Oh, we could also do this, and we could also do this, and we could also replace this."
And in fact, she declined those things that Joyce suggested in addition to be replaced, correct?
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked you earlier about this surveillance video that the neighbor had brought over a copy of for you all to have. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in fact, when the neighbor brought the surveillance video over, were you aware that it was your sister on the night of the murder who had suggested to the police that they contact a specific neighbor, Leslie Hamilton, to see if there was surveillance video of the killers coming to the house?
Objection, leading and assumes factual evidence.
I'll allow it.
I wasn't aware that she did that.
And were you aware that it was from that information that the LAPD obtained the surveillance video?
Objection, same.
Ms. Crescentini, you knew at the time you reviewed the surveillance video yourself, you knew and had met and had even played racquetball with Rob Baker, correct?
Yes,
You knew what he looked like, correct?
yes,
You'd seen him most recently the night before when he came to the wake for Fabio, correct?
yes.
And when you reviewed the surveillance video, did you recognize Rob Baker from either of the photos of the suspects contained in that video?
Absolutely not.
And in fact, when you viewed the video, you could see that the suspects were covered head to toe with large sweatshirts and covering, correct?
Correct.
And that their faces were covered with drawstrings and hats, or sweatshirt hats, where you could see very little of their faces, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you had learned that even after the LAPD had photographs of Rob Baker from the night before at the wake, they could not match Rob Baker to either of the men in the video.
Objection,
correct?
assumes facts, not an evidence.
Sustained.
So all of these questions by the prosecutor about however many times the prosecutor asked you about not knowing that your sister went to Las Vegas and went to Myrtle Beach with Rob Baker and engaged in swinging, sexual swinging, and made attempts to cover up her affair with Rob Baker. You made clear from the start your sister tried to conceal her affair with Rob Baker, right?
That's exactly right.
And at no time did you, learning that she had lied about her affair with Rob Baker, did that ever in any way change your mind about believing that your sister had nothing to do with Fabio Sementilli's murder?
I believe she had nothing to do with that murder. She was just concealing an affair and her lifestyle.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further by the people?
Just briefly. The State Farm Insurance used the words that you couldn't believe it is excessive what they were giving you, right?
What
Objection
Joyce,
that states the evidence.
Well, that was the word you used, excessive.
yes, what Joyce presented.
Right. Okay, so that would include security, right?
Yes,
But your sister didn't want to get any new security. She'd rather have the house repainted.
Objection, argumentative.
That's form sustained.
She didn't want to get security.
it's not that she didn't want to. They offered it, and we talked about it, and then I left. I don't know what my sister picked to do or not.
Well, you do know because you didn't see any new security ever come in, right?
When I came back after she was
Did you ever
arrested,
see it?
no.
Okay. And then, as far as recognizing the image of Rob Baker running up the street, you didn't recognize him.
No,
You weren't having sex with him for the last year, though, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Relationship with Rob Baker for a year and a half, where you saw him on a regular basis and knew the way he ran, moved, walked, ran, right?
Objection, relevance, argumentative.
It's overruled.
I clearly was not.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further by the defense?
No, thank you, John.
Thank you, ma'am. You are excused. Defense, we call the next witness.
Yes, you call Bella Sementini on, Isabella?
just right there. If you could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat and stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Isabella Sementilli, Isabella Sementilli.
Thank you, Honor. May I address her as Isabella?
Any way you want. I'll address Ms. Sementilli.
Okay. Well, I know you as Bella, is that correct?
Yes.
And we met, what, 7 years ago after your mother was arrested?
Yes.
Okay, and I was retained as her attorney, correct?
Yes.
Have we spoke many times since then over the last 7 years?
Yes.
Most of them having to do with scheduling and how the trial is proceeding, you know, if it's going to proceed, so forth and so on. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll get to this, but obviously you were the one who discovered the body of your father on the day of his murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were the subject of many interviews, I assume, by the police. Is that right?
Yes.
You remember, and also you were the one who made the 911 call.
Yes.
Okay, and tried to revive him following the commands or orders of the person on the 911 call and trying to save his life, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were interviewed, I take it, that night by the police?
Yes.
Did you, I take it, you tell me what condition you were in emotionally when that occurred?
That day when I was interviewed by the police, I tried my best. I mean, I was crying. I was in shock. So,
Your mother was also present at that time, correct?
yes.
How long after you arrived at the scene and saw your father out on the patio did your mother arrive?
It was probably less than 10 minutes she was there. She was home.
Your mother is the defendant in this case, Monica Sementilli?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you describe what condition she was in after realizing that Fabio had been murdered?
She fell to her knees when she came home. She was screaming, crying. She couldn't stand up on her own. The minute she walked outside and saw what was happening, she fell to the floor.
Did that condition you observed change to any great degree the rest of that first night?
No.
When you say crying, did you see tears?
Yeah.
How do you know they were tears?
Because she was crying. Her face was wet.
Let me ask you this, Bella. Before, well, a little background. How old are you now?
24.
And how old were you at the time of your father's murder?
16.
Okay. And you were living on Victoria,
Yes.
Queen Victoria Drive, is that it?
Yes.
Did I get it right? And you had moved there from Canada, is that correct?
Yes.
How old were you when you moved to Los Angeles
10.
from Canada? 10?
Yes.
And you moved there with your father and your sister Jessica, is that right?
Yes, and my mom.
And your mom. Could you describe briefly how you believe your parents' marriage was leading up to the time your father died?
Yeah, they were best friends. They always went on dates together. And then if they went out, they always took us with them too. We were like a unit. We went on vacations together. They always told me to marry someone who's your best friend. And they were best friends, so.
Was your father a good father?
Yes.
Was your mother a good mother?
Yes.
You know now, and found out, I assume at some point, that your mom was having an affair with Robert Baker, correct?
Yes, the day she was arrested.
Okay. And how'd you feel about that?
I didn't believe it at first. I was pretty flustered and frustrated. And then they told me she was arrested, and then I went home after that and met up with my sister.
Did that affect your feelings towards your mother in terms of her marriage with your father?
Yeah.
How?
I was upset. Yeah.
Had you had any idea that that was occurring until your mother's arrest?
No.
And up to that time, had you seen your parents appear to be very happy together?
Yes, very happy.
So let me ask you this. On the day of the murder, do you remember, well, let me ask you first, do you remember waking up, what time that was?
Yeah, it was 6:45 in the morning.
And what did you do that morning?
I went to school.
Were you going to school regularly then?
Yes.
And what school was that?
Agora High School.
So, what time did you leave the house?
7:25 usually, 7:30.
Okay. And did you drive to school?
Yes.
What were you driving?
A Fiat, a white Fiat.
Did you notice whether your father was home that morning?
Yes, I did.
Was he home?
Yes.
Did you say hi to him?
Yes.
What was he doing when you saw him?
Just making coffee as I was leaving.
Did you know that morning whether he was going to work or not?
I did not know.
Did he at times stay home from work and skip work?
Yes, sometimes.
How often was that?
Once every few months.
When did you find out, if you did, that he had stayed home that day and had not gone into work?
I didn't know
When did you find out?
when I came home.
During the course of the investigation?
Yes.
So you were out the entire day until you returned
Yes.
to home, is that right?
Yes.
What time did you get out of school that day?
Around 3 o'clock.
Was that normal?
Yes.
And normally would you come home from school?
Yes.
How long would it take you normally to go from Agora High School to home at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of a weekday?
30 to 45 minutes.
Did you have anything, though, planned that day before coming home?
I had a job interview.
Okay. Did your mother know about that?
Yes.
And where was that job interview and with who?
It was at Italia Deli with the manager.
Where?
With the manager
Oh,
in
yes.
Agora Hills.
And approximately, or if you know the address, do you know the address?
I don't know the address. It's on Canaan and Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
And how far was that from Agora High School?
5 minutes.
How would you get there, or how did you get there that day, if you remember?
I drove.
And what route did you take?
I took Canaan to Thousand Oaks, that intersection. It's right next to my school, so I just turned out of my school and went there.
Okay, and it took you how long?
5 minutes.
And what did you do when you got there?
I waited there for about 15 minutes, and then I had my interview.
And who was your interview with, you recall?
The manager.
And it was to do what there?
To have a job.
As?
A sandwich maker.
Okay. Your father was a good sandwich maker too, wasn't he? Did you get the job?
Yes.
So what was your plans after leaving the interview?
I was going to go straight home.
Did something interrupt that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it was?
My mom called me and said that my prescription glasses were ready and that I could go pick it up. And I asked if I needed someone to come with me, like an adult, because I was 16. And she said she would call them and then call me back to let me know.
And did she call you back and let you know?
Yes.
And did she tell you whether or not she would have to be there with you, or whether you could just go there on your own and then go home?
She called me back and said I can go pick it up myself and then come home.
And did you do that?
Yes.
When you called her, were you still at the Italian deli, or were you driving home already?
I was driving home already.
And then you went to the eye doctor, is that correct?
Yes.
You remember his name?
Dr. Cohen?
Okay. And you remember how long it took you to get there?
From where I was on the freeway, it was probably 15 minutes to get there, and then I picked up my glasses.
Okay. And you did not, your mother said she did not have to be there with you.
She did not have to be there with me.
So you just picked him up and left, correct?
Correct.
You did not have any eye exam or anything necessary at that point?
No.
You'd already been through that.
Right.
And then how long did it take you to get from Dr. Cohen's office to home?
It took me 7 minutes to get home.
So can you tell us, as best you recall, what time it was that you first reached your home and parked?
It had to have been around 4:15, I remember.
Sometime before 5 o'clock.
Before 5, yeah.
You don't know the exact time.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And where'd you park?
I parked on the street outside of my house. That's usually where I parked.
Okay. Now, was the garage, how would you usually enter the house when you would park there?
I would enter the garage key code, and the garage would open, and then I would go through the door that leads to the kitchen.
Was that the shortest route to take to get into the house?
Yeah, I could have gone through the front door, but we rarely go through the front door.
Okay. And you had some kind of button to push, you said?
Yeah, on the outside of the garage, usually.
Okay. And did you do that?
No,
What did you do?
the garage was already open.
And did you see anything in the inside of the garage? Did you see the Porsche, for instance?
No, it was not there.
Your father owned a Porsche, is that right?
Yes.
Had he recently purchased it?
Yes.
About how long before?
I don't remember.
Well, his death occurred about January 23rd,
Yes.
2017.
Yeah.
Do you recall him getting the Porsche around Christmas time?
The fall, Christmas, something like that, yeah.
Do you know why he got a Porsche?
No.
Did you know if he liked that car?
Yeah.
Okay. So, did you see that car in the garage when you pulled home?
No.
Did that surprise you, or had you not yet learned that your father had stayed home that day?
It surprised me because usually the garage door and the gate are closed, but every once in a while someone will forget to shut it on their way out, so it was unusual, yeah.
Did you notice any blood on the garage door floor?
Not in the garage, no.
How did your father usually park the Porsche, if you remember? That is, was it straight in with, or did he back it in?
I would say straight in more than backed in.
Okay. But he was not there at that time.
No.
So where did you go?
So I went through the garage into the door that leads to the kitchen.
And the first thing you saw was your father, is that right?
Yes, when you open the door, there's a big window in the kitchen that you can see outside. So I opened the door and I saw him, what looked like him to just be sitting outside.
And how long did it take you to realize that it looked like he had been attacked or and was either dead or had real problems?
There was blood all over the kitchen. As I was walking in, I noticed it on the floor, on the walls, on the door, and it smelled like vinegar.
And what's the first thing you did?
I didn't even go outside. I just called 911 right away. I just dropped my stuff, and then I went outside after.
Okay. And you know how long you were on the phone with 911?
No, I don't remember.
Were you still on the phone with 911 when your mother arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And how did she arrive? That is, where did you first see her?
She opened the door to the backyard, which is where I was, and just yelled what happened and screaming.
Okay. And at some point, was she on the 911 call with you?
I don't remember.
At some point, were you getting instructions from the operator on how to hopefully save your father's life?
Yes.
And was your mother involved in that as well?
Yes.
And what was the operator telling you to do?
Put him on his back.
And did you attempt to do that with your mother's help?
We tried, but we couldn't do it.
He was just too big?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make any attempts pursuant to the instructions of 911 to revive your father?
Yeah, I attempted.
And what was that?
To try and turn him, well, at first they told me to turn him on his back, but I was by myself at that point. My mom hadn't come home yet, and I was trying. And I even said on the call, I can't do it. He's too heavy for me to do it. And then shortly after, my mom came, and I told her, they're telling me to put him on his back, and she was trying to help me.
And before you could do that, did anyone else arrive?
No.
How long were you there before anyone arrived from the fire department, police department, or any agency?
It's less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Were you and your mom still trying to turn him over and help him?
Yes.
And I assume there was a lot of blood there.
Yes.
Okay. Who did you first notice arriving at the scene?
The firemen.
And was there more than one?
Yes.
Did they take over at that time in terms of caring for your father?
Yes, they told me and my mom to stay inside.
And where did you go with her?
To the dining table inside.
And was she with you the whole time?
Yes.
And was her physical condition any different than you described when she got there and saw the body?
It was the same.
And what about you, Bella? What shape were you in at that point? Do you remember?
I was just in shock. Again, I was crying, but then I wasn't crying. I was trying to be responsible. I was trying to help my mom. It's all over the place. So.
Who else arrived, or who were the first people to arrive after the initial firemen?
I remember Deborah first.
Deborah Obad?
Yeah.
Now, your sister Jessica,
Yeah.
had she been babysitting as far as you knew at the Obad house?
I didn't know that she was babysitting. I just thought she was out somewhere.
Okay. And was she the next member of the family you saw?
Yeah.
And was Deborah Obad with her?
No.
Okay.
Yep.
So eventually the police arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and before they arrived, where were you and your mother?
At the dining room table.
Just waiting?
Yeah.
And were the firemen still working on your dad?
Yes.
At some point, did they tell you and your mom that they could do no more and he had died?
Yes.
About how long after they arrived did they tell you that?
I don't remember the timing.
And I assume that the condition of you and your mother remained the same, is that right?
Yeah.
How long was it before any police officers arrived?
I don't remember.
Were they the next people you saw, or was it someone else?
Yeah.
And at some point, were you directed out of the house and told you could not stay there for now and had to go to a neighbor's house?
Yes.
Do you remember which neighbor that was?
Yes.
Whose?
Vanessa Schachter is my neighbor.
And was this someone you knew well?
Yes.
And how far away was that house from your house?
Like 5 steps.
Had your sister arrived by then?
Yes.
So did you and your mom and your sister go to the Schachter house?
Yes.
Were you escorted there by an officer?
Yes.
How long were you there before you were spoken to by any of the police?
I was probably there for about half an hour.
Were you with your mom at the same time, all the time?
The whole time up until we did separate interviews with the detectives.
And was that at their direction?
Yeah.
Do you remember the names of any of the detectives who came there?
I don't remember.
Do you remember now? Does Parshall ring a bell, or?
Parshall rings a bell, yeah.
Okay. Your interview with them, was that separate, away from your mom and your sister?
It was me and my sister together.
Okay. And was your mother interviewed separately?
Yes.
And after the interviews concluded, what happened with you and your mom and your sister, if you know?
We went to sleep at Deborah's house.
Did your mom want to sleep at Deborah's house?
I don't remember if she wanted to or not.
So you and your mom and Jessica went over to Deborah's house.
Yes.
Didn't your mom want to sleep home in the family house?
I don't remember if she wanted to or not.
Did you?
No.
So Deborah had arrived by then, is that correct?
Yeah, she was with us at the Schachter's house too.
And I assume a lot of other people had arrived, is that correct?
Yeah.
Did you meet any of them, such as people from Wella or neighbors or even looky-loos?
Yes, my dad's friends came.
Did you talk to them?
Yeah, they gave us hugs and tried to comfort us.
Everyone was in pretty much the same condition, shocked?
Shocked, yeah.
Let me ask you this, Bella. Before your father's death, how would you have described your father's marriage with your mom?
They were best friends.
Did your dad have a favorite song?
Yes.
What was that song?
My Way by Frank Sinatra.
Did you ever see your mom sing that song during any of the events that took place, ceremonies or funerals following your father's death?
Yes.
Where was that?
I was not physically there. I just saw videos of it, but I do remember her singing it on a stage, and then I remember her singing it at my cousin's graduation in New York.
Okay. And were there other family members on the stage with her when she sang it?
Yes.
Was one of them Myrtle?
Yes.
That was from your father's family. How is she related to you?
She's my dad's sister.
Okay. And was she smiling and clapping and singing along?
Yes.
At any time, at least before your mother's arrest, did anyone say to you that they thought your mother was acting inappropriately at any of the events that she attended or the funeral or anything like that?
No.
You were at the funeral in Canada, is that right?
Yes.
Was there also a funeral ceremony here in Los Angeles area?
Yes.
Okay. You were there as well?
Yes.
When you went to Canada for your father's funeral and burial, was he cremated or was he buried himself without being cremated? Do you
He was
remember?
cremated.
And can you remember who made that decision, if you know?
I don't remember who made that decision, but it was me, my sister, my brother, and my mom that had a conversation about it, and we all agreed to cremate him.
Okay. Did anyone complain about that from Fabio's family?
No.
Did you hear any complaints about, well, let me ask you this. So, was he cremated?
Yes.
And then his remains were buried where or placed where? Do you
They're in
remember?
Toronto.
Where?
In Canada, in Toronto.
Okay. Did anyone complain about that?
No.
Following that, did any members of your family come out to stay with you and your mom and your sister?
Yes.
To help out?
Yes.
And who was that?
My Aunt Anna came, my grandmother came, Myrtle came a few times. That's all I really remember.
And your Aunt Anna was just here in court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when they came, what did they do for you and Bella and your mom?
Just comfort us, keep us busy, helped us out. That's it.
Help you grieve?
Yeah.
Were they all there for you?
Yeah.
Did you have any issues with your father's family at that time?
No.
Did everyone appear to be in the same condition, and that is do the best they could to help you and your sister and your mom survive this terrible tragedy?
Yes.
Okay. What about your cousin Luigi? Did he come?
My brother?
Your brother, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I don't remember during that time.
Before then, what was the relationship with your father's family?
We were close.
Did you ever go on trips with them?
Like small weekend trips, yeah.
Did they ever come out to California
Yes.
for any particular holidays?
I'm not sure about a holiday, but they would come randomly throughout the year, yes.
And I'm talking about when your father was alive.
Yes, when my father was alive.
Who would come?
Morella, her partner Marco, her daughter Vanessa, Anthony and Stephanie would come too. They're my cousins. Yeah.
And how long were your parents married before your father was murdered?
22. They were married in 96, so 22, I think.
And at any time did you and your family, or Fabio and your mom's family, go to Canada on vacations or visits?
Yes.
And how often did that occur?
It was either we would go during the summer for a few weeks, or we would go for Christmas, so once a year.
And again, how would you describe how the two families got along or interacted?
We would spend equal time with each side of the family.
And get along?
Yeah,
How well?
got along well.
Did any of that change at some point, the relationship between you and your sister and your mom, or specifically you and your sister with your dad's family?
Yes.
And when did that occur, if you can tell us or recall?
When my mom was arrested, I remember at first I did feel cared for by the Sementilli family as time went on, and I showed my, I stand by my mom and I stand by her innocence in this whole thing. Then the relationship quickly ended because they blasted her on social media every day.
So, did things change specifically when you made it clear and your sister that you believed your mom was innocent?
Yes.
And they did not, obviously, from what you're saying, react to that well.
Right.
When you say blasted on media,
Yeah.
what do you mean?
The day she was arrested, already there were posts on Instagram and Facebook about her and saying horrible things about her. And then that just continued and got even worse as time went on. And because they're my family and I followed them on social media, and I was 17 years old at the time, I would see all of it, and I just couldn't handle it anymore. So
what'd you do about it?
So I had to block them on social media because I didn't want to see it. And I tried to keep a personal relationship, but then that ended quickly after.
Who did you try to keep the personal relationship with?
All of them.
And what was the response?
At first, I did want to see them. I did want to keep a relationship with them. And they tried the best that they could, but they're just too angry, so.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
Myrtle and her family.
So did the relationship then change significantly at that point?
Yes.
Now at that time, you were living in the house just with your sister, is that right?
Sister, and then Anna and my grandmother would switch off and come take care of us because I was underage.
Sure. So did they come out to stay with you, one or the other, or both,
Yes.
for a lengthy period of time?
Yes.
And what about your dad's family? Did they ever come out to stay with you and help?
They offered, and we wanted them to, and my aunt and my grandmother, Anna and Filomena, offered to leave so that Marilla and Loredana could come visit us, but they didn't.
They what?
They didn't.
They wouldn't?
They just didn't come.
Was that because of the animosity that occurred because of your attitude towards your mom and her arrest?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Okay. Has that changed?
No.
At any time after your dad died, do you recall any of his clothes or personal items being given away or offered to any of the family members?
Yes.
Can you describe when that occurred, for instance, how long after your father's death?
I believe it was sometime in the spring. I know Marilla came and her and my mother went through the garage and all of my dad's clothes and were going through everything. My mother was very generous and just let people take what they wanted.
And did you know what the purpose of that was?
I'm not sure what the purpose of it was. I'm assuming just to go through his stuff to see what was there. I don't know.
And if anyone wanted something
They could
as
have
a
it.
memento or whatever, could they take it?
Yes.
Did that bother you in any way?
No.
Did you think that was inappropriate, that your mom was giving some of your father's clothes away to family members?
No.
Did anyone complain there about that to you as to why she was doing it, or complain to your mother in your presence?
No.
Did that ever come up as an issue?
No.
Now, this, of course, was before your mother's arrest
Yes.
and while the families were getting along.
Yes.
Did your father had, and the family had the Porsche, and then they had some kind of truck, is that correct?
Yeah.
What was that?
The truck?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of truck it was.
And so, who drove the truck before your father passed away?
My dad. That was his car.
And then he got the Porsche?
And then he got the Porsche.
So, what car did your mother drive after that?
Me and my mom shared the Fiat, the red Fiat.
Who drove the truck?
My dad.
Okay. So he drove both the truck and the Porsche.
Yes.
And your sister?
She drove my mom's old Mustang.
At some point, was the truck turned in or sold back to the dealership?
Yes.
You recall when that was?
No, I don't remember.
Do you recall any of the circumstances surrounding why the truck had to be given back?
I don't remember.
Okay. Eventually, was a new car purchased?
My mom, yes.
And what kind of car was that?
I believe it was a Mustang.
Okay. Was a Mustang one of your dad's favorite cars also?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know, did you ever find out why your father was home that day from work?
No, he would just do that randomly.
Did you ever hear, or did anyone ever tell you anything about a colonoscopy appointment that your father may have had?
No.
So you don't know to this day why he stayed home other than to work at home, is that right?
Right.
When he stayed home and worked at home, where did he work usually?
On the kitchen table.
But he wasn't up when you left that day?
He was up. He was making coffee as I was leaving. He just woke up after me.
And did you talk to him?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't remember, but I'm sure I did.
And that was the last time you saw him alive, is that right?
Yes.
You still believe in your mother's innocence?
Yes.
You know there's a lot of evidence that's been introduced in this case about your dad and the affair.
Yes.
What's his name?
Has any of the evidence that was...
Stricken.
Has any of the evidence that you know from... Well, first of all, when did you find out your mom was having an affair with Robert Baker?
The day she was arrested.
And who told you that?
The detectives that pulled me out of work. I don't remember who it was.
So you were at work that day
I was working that day.
at the place where you got the...
The job, yeah.
Okay. And you were pulled out of work by the detectives?
Yes.
You remember who it was?
No.
And were they there in person?
Yes.
And what did they tell you?
They took me to a Starbucks down the street and started recording me, and they just said that
So, wait, started recording you?
they recorded me, yes.
Well, were they asking you questions first?
Yes.
All right, that leads me back. After the first night that you were interviewed by the police, were there other times when they came out to interview you and have you take them around the house and tell you what you did that day and so forth?
Yes.
About how many times did that occur, if you recall?
After the night that my father was killed?
Yes.
Probably only twice.
Okay. And did you cooperate?
Yes.
Did they come out to speak to your mom on occasions also?
Yes.
And did she cooperate?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not you were being recorded?
No.
Did they ever tell you the progress of the investigation into your father's death?
Yes, they did.
And what did they tell you?
They just said it was a robbery gone wrong.
And did your mom often inquire about what the
Yes.
state of the investigation was?
Yes.
And what did they say, if you recall?
They're still finding the guys who did it. That's it.
That they were making progress, things of that nature?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that now that they were lying to you?
Yeah.
So now take me back to you're at school and they bring you out of school. They start questioning you, is that right?
Out of work, yeah. They took me out of work.
Sorry. And were these still additional questions about the investigation, where you were, where your mother was on the day of the incident and so forth?
Yeah, and that was the first time they asked me how I knew Rob Baker.
Okay. Did you know Rob Baker before your mom's arrest?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He was the racquetball coach at the gym.
And how did you first meet Mr. Baker?
At the gym.
And can you estimate how long before your father's murder that you first met him?
Probably a year to a year and a half before.
And how did you meet him?
At the gym, I was with my sister and my mom.
And did you play racquetball there as well?
A few times, yeah.
Who played more, you or your sister?
My sister.
Was she better?
Yeah.
What about your mom?
She went often, yeah.
And she played there as well?
Yes.
Did she introduce you to Mr. Baker?
Yes.
As who?
As the racquetball coach.
And how many times would you estimate after that that you were at the gym or went to the gym before your father's death?
Say that again, sorry.
How many times, how often would you go to the gym to play racquetball or do anything else?
Not often.
Who went more, you or your sister?
My sister.
So she played racquetball there?
Yes. Yes.
And what about your mom?
Often.
Did you, well, when you say often, how often would you estimate that your mom went to the gym that you know of,
Yeah.
play racquetball or do anything else?
Yeah, a few times a week.
And the times that you went there, did you see Mr. Baker as well?
I don't remember that. If I was with my sister and my mom, yeah, I used to see him there, but I never went by myself. So
Was he friendly with you?
yes.
Did you ever see Robert Baker other than at the gym?
Yes.
Can you tell us the first time you saw him outside of the gym setting?
I don't remember the first time, but there are a few incidences where I've seen him outside of the gym. I don't know what order it is in.
All right, well, tell us about the first one you remember.
Okay. My cousin was visiting, and we were at the hotel because our house was getting painted, and we were getting off of the freeway. And as we're getting off the freeway, I was in a separate car, and my sister and cousin were in the car in front of me, and her tire popped. And I remember them pulling over to the side of the road, and a car pulled up behind her. I called her and I asked her what happened, and she said that her tire popped, but she sees Rob is behind her, so he helps them with her flat tire.
And when she said Rob was behind her, did you know who she was talking about?
Yes.
Is that Robert Baker?
Yes.
Did you know why he was behind her?
No.
Did you know if anyone had called him?
No.
Did you see him outside the car? Did you say hello or anything? Or
No.
what did you do?
I kept driving because I was behind them.
And he helped fix the tire, is that right?
He called someone to come fix it.
Did that feel a little creepy to you?
Let's overrule that ground. So stand on that ground.
How did that make you feel to see Mr. Baker suddenly show up behind you?
At the time, it didn't feel weird
Okay, why?
because I just thought it was a coincidence.
When did you next see Mr. Baker before your mom's arrest?
The same trip that my cousin was visiting, we went to a restaurant, Denny's restaurant, and we sat...
Denny's, you said?
Denny's.
Okay.
And we sat down, and Rob was sitting right next to us, the table right next to us.
And was it...
Let me interrupt this time. We're going to take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The admission applies. Have a good lunch. See you at 1:30. the very last minute, a separate case, not this case, a separate case came in that I had to do some emergency orders on, and I apologize to you, and hopefully it didn't take too long. If you can have Ms. Sementilli on the stand, please. We're waiting. So there are certain days. Defense may continue.
I just hope they all have birthdays before the case. Isabella, just a few more questions. After the murder of your father, and you moved back into the house, did you have some concerns about your safety or being alone, I should say, in the house if your mother and or Jessica were out?
Yes.
And can you tell me what that was about?
Yeah, I mean, I was scared to be there by myself because apparently there are 2 murderers on the loose. So, yeah, I was scared to be alone in my house.
And at some times, was your mother out, and did you text her or contact her in some way to express your concern as to when she was coming home?
Yes.
How did you do that, and about how often?
If I was ever home alone, I would just text at least one of them to ask where they were.
And when you say one of them, who's the other one?
My sister and my mom.
So you're talking about your older sister, Jessica.
Yes.
So at times she was out and you texted her as to where the H are you?
Yeah.
And with your mom as well?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They would tell me where they were.
Did they come home immediately or not?
No.
Did this cause some discord between you and your sister for a while?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would be pretty upset.
Did you resolve it?
Yes.
Did she also point out that you had gone out a few times on a date yourself?
Yes.
And did you resolve the issue with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this. At any time during the court, well, while you were living in the house there with your mom and sister and Fabio, did your mom ever cook dinner or cook for the family?
Yes.
Did she ever use vinegar?
Yes.
Let me then close with this, if I may. You recounted to us what occurred after the interview at the deli and the eye doctor, and coming home. You remember that?
Yes.
You did talk to your mom before you went to the eye doctor, correct?
Yes.
If she had asked you to meet her at the eye doctor or wait for her or anything, would you have done so?
Yes.
Relevance and speculation.
Sustained.
If she had asked you to meet her for coffee in a half hour or hour, would you have done so?
Same
Yes.
objection.
Sustained.
Did your mom say anything to you that caused you to delay going home once you picked up your eyeglasses?
No.
Thank you, Honor.
You may cross.
Okay. 1 second. Good afternoon, Ms. Crescentini?
Sementilli.
Sementilli, sorry. Okay, so when the day of, and I'm not going to go through all the details of the day of, but you testified that you had an interview with the deli. Was it at 4 o'clock that day?
It was earlier. It's around 3:30.
But you told the detectives back during the time frame in June of 2017 that it was at 4.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
I remember 3:30, but if what I said there, then
Do you need to look at a transcript or?
yeah, I do.
Okay. And that would be the June 20 or 14th transcript, page 4.
we have a date of that,
I'm sorry?
the date?
I think she just said June 14th.
1 second. One second. One second. Okay. So it was after you got out of school at 2:55:3?
In June?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you told them that you waited around for an hour after school and then went to your appointment.
My shift started at 4, yes.
Okay. So when you went to your job interview then, does that sound more like it than 4 o'clock?
In January, my job interview?
Yes, on January 23rd.
It would have been around that time, yeah.
Okay. So when you went there then, you went to the job interview and that's the deli in Agora, which is about how many miles from your house?
14.
Okay. Defense asked you about if you talked to your mom. You talked to your mom before the interview, right? Can you recall that? If you don't.
I don't know.
I'm going to have a 6-page Celebrate report specific to text messages between the defendant and Isabella Sementilli.
Yes.
Okay.
You've read that one?
May I mark that as People's 275?
Yes.
All right. Showing you at the top here, and I've blocked out your number. At 1:40 on 123, your mom texted you, text me after your interview and let me know when you're on your way. I'm making fettina and corn for dinner.
Okay.
Is that correct? You remember that?
I don't remember that, but
Okay, but that is a text
Yeah.
that you recognize going from your mother to you.
okay. Yes.
Is that yes? And then at 1:53:50, you wrote KK, is that meaning okay?
Yes.
And then you had your interview.
Yeah.
And then you testified that your mother then, you were driving home. You just testified on or direct exam that you were driving home from your interview when your mom called you and told you to go pick up your eyeglasses.
Yes.
So while you were going, your plan was to have the interview and then you were on your way home.
Yes.
Is that right? Did
Yes.
you, if you remember, did you call your mom or talk to your mom after the interview?
Yes, on my way home.
Okay. So same exhibit, I just put down here at 422. There's 2 entries here. The first one looks like a call that didn't connect. Is that you? Do you remember trying to call your mom?
I don't remember.
All right. And then your mom called you at 4:24:27, and there was a 3-minute and 40-second call. Does that seem about right? At 4:24, your mom called you?
Yes.
Okay, and she's telling you then to go to the eye doctor.
Yes.
So while you're on your way home, your mom actually called you and sent you on a detour to the eye doctor.
Yes.
So that then, instead of going straight home, you now went at 4:24. You were told by your mom to go to the eye doctor, and you went there.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And that delayed you getting home a little bit.
Yes.
So you went to the eye doctor, and then I'm assuming when you get there, they put glasses on, they had to fit you and that kind of things. Is that what it was?
It was just a pickup order because my glasses were ready, so I just picked them up.
Now, was the eye doctor on your way home, like in a direct line home, or did you have to go out of your way?
It's on the way, yeah.
So you had to go out of your way then. Instead of going directly home, you now had to go out of your way home to the eye doctor to pick up your glasses.
Yes.
Your Honor, I thought she said on the way.
She did say on the way.
Okay, on the way. Sorry, I misheard. It's on the way home?
Yes.
Okay, so then when you came home after that, now you're coming home and you drove a red Fiat, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 7, and that's page 8. Is that your red Fiat?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also talked about how you parked it, and this is Exhibit 7, and it's page 7. Is that how you parked it on the day of the crime when you got home?
Yes.
Do you use, the front gates are right here, is that when you enter into your property?
Yes.
And again, the gates were open or closed?
They were open.
And did you testify if you remember, Are they normally left open or are they normally left closed?
That front gate is normally left open.
All right. So that was not unusual when you got home.
Right.
Now, after this incident, I'm going to jump ahead. Within the next 2 weeks then, as defense counsel asked you, your mom started going out a lot, right?
Sure.
Well, is that true?
Yeah.
And you're in a situation, you were 16 at the time?
Yes.
You're being left home alone sometimes?
Yes.
And were you scared being in the house?
Yes.
Why were you scared?
Because there were 2 killers that were not caught yet, and I was scared they were going to come back.
Did you tell your mom that?
Yes.
Did you tell your sister that?
Yes.
Did they say anything to you?
Yeah, they reassured me.
Okay. How many times do you think you were left home alone at night like that?
I was never alone throughout the night, but probably once a month, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you scared also that you had never gotten any new security cameras?
That I don't remember knowing of or being scared of.
You knew that you had, prior to the murder of your father, you knew that you had security cameras.
Yes.
Correct, right? And you knew that your mom could access it from her phone.
Yes.
And you told the defense investigators that she could access it from her phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever talk about afterwards? Was there ever conversation about replacing those cameras?
No.
But the locks were changed on the house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what's been already marked as Exhibit 220. And this is a text starting with 2/8/2017 at 9:55 at night. 2/8 then is 2 weeks after your dad was killed. You're texting, "Come home, all my friends are leaving," and that was to your mom?
Yes.
Your sister responds that she's on her way, and then you texted back, "Are you almost home?" And we're at about 10:43 at night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is this an example of you being scared to be home alone?
Yes.
You continue with the text. There's a yeah, and then you continue with, "Guys, what the hell? Why are you leaving me alone for so long? I don't want to be alone in this house." Again, same thing you've testified to. You're expressing that you're afraid and you don't want to be alone.
Yes.
And then you wrote, "All right, well, don't forget I exist or anything. I'm not opening the door. You can do it yourself. Good night." And that is at 10:43 at night. And that was
Yes.
a text chain with both your sister and your mom?
Yes.
And were you upset with them at this time when you're texting this?
Yes.
What were you upset about?
That I was
What?
that I was alone.
And your mom responds, "Jess, where are you? Get home." And then your sister responds that she's getting off the freeway. This is at 10:45 at night, 2 weeks after, on February 8th. Do you know where your mom was?
No.
Jumping forward to March 9th. Again, do you recognize this as a text chain between you and your sister and eventually your mom?
Yes.
Okay, and on March 9th at 10:12 at night, you said, "Can one of you please come home? Juliana is falling asleep and I'm up studying alone. I don't get why you guys leave me alone all the time." Who's Juliana?
My cousin.
And how old was she?
A year younger than me at the time, so 15.
So you were 16 and your 15-year-old cousin
Yes.
were there, and again, you were afraid that you guys were alone home at night?
Yes.
And you said, "Leave me alone all the time." We just saw one other example of a text. Has
Yeah.
this happened again multiple times?
I don't remember, but I was 17 and emotionally in distress, so that's probably why I said that.
All right. And then your sister's assuring you that she's coming home. And down at the bottom you said, "Still, I don't care. Then you wonder why I don't talk to you guys because you're never home and just leave me here to fend for myself. Well, I'm not you, Jess. I don't like being in this house. It's worse when I'm alone. You sent that to your sister and your mom on the same chain?
Yes.
During that time, you told, at some point you told the defense investigators, the detectives, that you felt like you grieved differently than your mom and sister.
Yes.
Is that true? How so?
Just quiet. I like to be like with myself, but not actually alone. I grieved a lot in private.
And you actually sought therapy, right? You went to therapy sessions?
Yes.
Did that help you?
Yes.
Okay, do you know if your mom or sister went to any therapy sessions?
My mom came to one with me, yes.
She came to one with you?
Yes.
Okay, and then your aunt took you to some?
Yes.
Did your mom ever go to any of her own that you know of?
Objection, call for conclusion.
This thing.
Did your sister ever go to any therapy
Same
sessions?
No.
objection.
This thing.
So that same night when you're telling your parents, or your mom, I'm sorry, March 9th, and your sister about coming home, your mom responded to you at 10:16 that night, WTF is going on with 3 question marks. Do you remember receiving that?
No.
Okay. Well, if it follows in line with the rest of your texts, and that's in response to what you had texted about asking her to come home, right? At 10:14, you're asking her and your sister talking about you don't want to be home alone, and your mom responds to WTF is going on, right?
Yes.
All right. And she tells you she's at a comedy club, and this is what I gotta see. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Did you know where your mom, before this text, did you know where she was that night?
I don't remember if I knew.
Did you know who she was out with?
No.
And your sister responds that she's going to come home. Is that right?
Yes.
And was your sister going out a lot as well?
Not really, no.
Okay. Your mom again responds with a photo of, up in the top. Did she send you a photo of the Laugh Factory?
I don't remember, but yes.
Do you know what the Laugh Factory is?
Yes.
Did you know your mom to ever go there?
No.
And that's at 10:17 at night. And your mom says to work it out. Did you take that to mean between you and your sister?
Sorry, say that again?
Did you take that to mean work it out between you and your sister, Jessica?
Yes.
All right. You responded, I'm making that therapy appointment tomorrow. It's like you guys don't even care. Good night. Is it fair to say you're upset with them again for leaving you home alone?
Yes.
The text chains go on, and your mother at 10:20 at night, when you're asking her to come home because you're scared, responded, I'm so very hurt and disappointed, I'm coming home. At which point you said, no, it's fine. Why was it fine now?
I'm not sure.
Were you just frustrated at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to your mom about not wanting her to go out and leave you home alone by yourself at night since you were only 16 years old?
Yeah. I don't remember having a personal, one-on-one conversation like that, no.
Now, in the ensuing months, you went back to Canada a few times, correct?
Before she was arrested?
I'm sorry. After your dad was killed, you went back to Canada, Toronto, the Woodbridge area a few different times. Is that right?
I went once, yeah.
You went one time. Did you choose to stay home some of the times that your mother or your sister went?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I had school and a job, and it was part of extracurriculars.
When you stayed home and they left to go to Canada, then who did you stay with?
My friend,
Who was that?
Hannah.
That was a friend just from school?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during that time frame, do you recall your mom going to Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she was going there?
Just a trip with her friends.
Well, what did she tell you was the reason why she was going there?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the detectives that she told you that she was going there because there was the famous golf courses there, and your dad really wanted to go, and she just wanted to go?
Yes.
Okay. And she actually told you she went by herself, though, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. But she didn't tell you she was going with a male or anyone that she was seeing.
No.
And as you testified, during this entire time until your mother's arrest, you didn't know that she was having an affair.
No.
You had met Rob Baker before,
Yes.
correct? When did you first meet him?
At the gym.
Do you know around what time frame that was?
It was like a year and a half before my dad was killed.
Okay. And when you met him, did you like him?
Yeah.
Okay. After your dad was killed, you started seeing Rob Baker more and more?
Yeah. Randomly, yeah.
Did you ever suspect that your mom was seeing him or in a relationship with him?
No.
Did your sister ever tell you that he had been discovered in your house in the morning in your parents' bedroom?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to your mom about that?
No.
So when you were seeing Rob around, you testified that you went one time to a restaurant with your grandma, cousin, and your sister. Is that correct?
It was just me, my sister, and my cousin.
Okay. That restaurant, you said, was a Denny's, right?
Yes.
Okay. Previously, did you tell detectives you thought it was an IHOP?
Yes.
All right. But you've since realized it's a Denny's?
Yes.
Did you clarify that with Jessica?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, you said you saw him there, but he was already there when you guys got there, right?
Yes.
All right. Then after, you talked about another time when you were driving, something to the degree of you were driving and you ran in, or somebody got a flat tire,
Yes.
right? But you were driving a separate car.
Yes.
So you don't know if he was called, if your mom called him to come help you or anything like that, right?
Yes.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Because at that time, was Rob helping you with things around the house?
No.
Was he coming over helping fix Jessica's car?
I don't know.
Did you ever know him to help Jessica with her car, take her car to a mechanic, things of that nature?
Just that tire, when her tire popped, just that one time I know of.
Okay. 1 second. No more questions.
Redirect.
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. Bella, let me understand. One night, one date was given you on these text messages of February 14th. Remember that?
Sorry, say that again.
The prosecutor was just talking to you about text messages, you being concerned about being home. You remember that?
Yes.
The first one was February 14th, the list of messages.
Yes.
And I'm not going to repeat them all, but you said...
I'm going to check the mistakes.
I'm sorry?
The mistakes, the testimony, February.
I'll walk out there.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. All right, February 8th. And Mr. Babbage is right, and I am wrong. Regardless of the date, when you first contacted your mom and Jessica, you said your friends had just left, right?
Yes.
So which friends had been there with you?
I don't know who exactly or remember who exactly, but...
Okay, it was more than one, right? Because
Yes.
it was plural.
Yes.
So in essence, your mom had left you home with your friends there,
Yes.
and Jessica had gone out, and the only problem was your friends left before they came home.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The other time, one other time that was mentioned, I think was March 9th, and you said Juliana had just left, right?
Fallen asleep.
Fallen asleep.
Yeah.
So Juliana was your cousin,
Yes.
correct? And she was home with you together when your mom and Jessica had gone out, correct?
Yes.
And what bothered you was that Juliana had fallen asleep.
Yes.
Before she had fallen asleep, you were fine because the two of you were home talking, whatever.
Yes.
Right? If you were scared, did you ever think to wake her up?
No.
In any event, eventually you and your mom and Jessica put this behind you and everyone realized that everyone else was a little too touchy about it, correct?
Yes.
But this was only on a few occasions over these 4 months since your father had been murdered until your mom was arrested. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, the other thing that was mentioned was the night of the day of the murder. Certain times were given. Well, first of all, when you were asked initially or eventually about what time you had left the interview, you said, the DA said you had said 4 o'clock. You remember that?
Yes.
That clearly was later than you had really left, correct?
I would object in the state's of testimony and left.
Sustained.
We're talking about when you left the interview,
The interview.
okay? Now, you know that we have, the DA has scientific forensic evidence of when your calls were made and all the rest, so you don't have to speculate about that.
Right.
But you were asked, didn't you tell one of the officers on June 14th when you were interviewed that it had been 4 o'clock? You remember that question?
Yes.
June 14th was the day your mother was arrested,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
And it was 4 months after your father was murdered, right?
Yes.
So the question you were being asked is, did you say 4 o'clock the day your mother got arrested, and could you have been wrong or right? You could have been wrong. Is
Yeah.
that true?
Yes.
And again, everything we know is determined forensically and scientifically the exact time. Okay? Is that right?
Yes.
As far as you know? Now, it was also mentioned that after you had called, your mom had called you, is that it, when you left the, or you called her when you left the interview?
I don't remember who called who.
Okay. But then there was a 3-minute call, Ms. Stagel mentioned to you, remember?
Yes.
Now, during that call, there was a break-in or a call waiting, and the doctor had called. Isn't that correct? Dr. Cohen.
Objection of since last night evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know if your mom then talked to Dr. Cohen and then told you that she did not have to be there with you? You could pick them up yourself even though you were a minor?
Yes.
Okay. She indicated she had talked to Dr. Cohen, correct?
Yes.
Now, she could have said to you, no, wait there, I'll meet you there, and wait for me, and delayed the time you got home, correct?
Yes.
She didn't say that.
She didn't say that.
So she said, you can go right now and pick them up.
Yes.
And so you did.
Yes.
And you picked them up, you drove home, and you got there about a minute after the murderers left.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Your mom didn't try to delay you going home at all, did she?
No.
All right, thanks.
Anything further?
Well, Isabella, you were going straight home, and then your mom called you and told you to go to the eye doctor, right?
Yeah.
No more questions.
Anything further by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Bella, isn't it true that you previously told detectives that it was your decision to go to the doctor and pick up your eyeglasses, not your mother's? You remember that?
I don't remember.
You remember as you sit here now whether it was your decision or your mother's decision for you to go and pick up your eyeglasses?
I don't remember.
When you left the interview, your eyeglasses you knew were at the doctor's office. You didn't have them, correct?
I didn't have them.
Okay. You knew they were ready or not?
No, I did not know they were ready.
When you found out they were ready, it was your decision to go, correct?
My mom told me they were ready and to pick them up, and I did that.
But you asked whether she had to be there first.
Yes.
So you indicated you were going to go there, but you wanted to know if she had to be there with you to pick them up.
Yes.
And she told you She did not have to be with you. She had talked to the doctor. You could go yourself.
Yes.
And then the rest played out as we discussed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Anything further about that?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Sementilli. You're excused. May I call your next witness?
This would be Robert Baker.
All right, we're going to take about 10 minutes to set this up for the next witness. The evidence on files. See you back here in about 10 minutes. and gentlemen, we'll probably take our afternoon recess for break around 3:15, thereabouts. May I call your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Robert Baker to the stand.
Please call the witness.
If you could please face me, and if you can, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Baker, B-A-K-E-R.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baker, did you previously plead to first-degree murder of Fabio Sementilli prior to ever agreeing to testify in this case?
I didn't agree to testify, no. I did plead no contendere.
Before you agreed to do anything, did you come into court and plead to first-degree murder killing of Fabio Sementilli?
I pled no contest.
Okay, you understand that in a criminal case, that's the same as a guilty plea?
I
Is
do.
that correct?
Correct.
And did you plead no contest in exchange for any promise of leniency or any deal?
I did not.
Could you talk to the microphone, please?
I did not.
In other words, were you offered any reduced sentence or any other benefit in exchange for your decision or agreement to testify?
No, I didn't.
And do you understand that you are under no obligation to testify?
I understand that.
Are you doing so freely and voluntarily?
I am.
Has anyone offered you anything whatsoever for your truthful testimony under oath?
No. No.
After your arrest in this case, did you ever receive anything from Monica Sementilli, any benefit for coming in here and testifying truthfully?
No.
When you were originally charged, you were charged with Monica Sementilli. Is that correct?
Yes,
You see her seated over there?
I do.
Monica Sementilli?
I do.
May the record reflect that he has identified the defendant.
Yes.
You were arrested, as I recall, on June 14, 2017. Is that correct? On or about?
I'm going to believe you on that one because I actually don't remember the date, but yes.
Okay. We're talking about almost 8 years ago.
Yes.
All right. You remember that day? If not the date?
I don't remember the date, but I kind of remember the day, yeah. I do.
Okay. After you were arrested and brought to court, were you represented by attorney Michael Simrin? S-I-M-R-I-N?
Initially, no, but later on, yes.
Okay. So initially, you were appointed someone to represent you when you were first brought to court,
Yes.
but eventually was an attorney assigned to you to be your attorney throughout the proceedings.
Yes.
And was his name Michael Simrin?
Yes.
Did Mr. Simrin ever indicate to you that you could receive a lesser sentence or some kind of leniency if you agreed to testify against Monica Sementilli or identify the second murderer in this case?
Yes, he said there was a deal on the table. That's what he told me.
Did he tell you what the deal was?
He said it was 16 to life.
Second degree murder?
He didn't tell me what it was. He just told me there was something called a proffer.
Okay. Did you agree to do that?
No.
As a result, when you pled no contest or guilty in this case, you received no benefit whatsoever. Is that right?
Not at all.
It's correct, isn't it?
It's correct.
As a result, did you receive a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole?
Plus 25 years.
And is that the sentence you are now serving?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Did you ever make a request to any detectives who were talking to you or any prosecutor to receive a lesser sentence in exchange for your testimony?
No, I did not.
At the time you were arrested, Miss Sementilli was arrested with you, is that correct?
Yes.
But the second killer, and let me preface that. You did murder Fabio Sementilli, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you do so with a second individual?
He went with me, but he didn't. Yes, he went with me.
Okay. And is his name Christopher Austin?
Yes.
You know that Mr. Austin, or do you know, has previously pled guilty to a lesser charge of 16 to life?
I didn't know the numbers, but I know he did something. I didn't know too much of anything.
Well, did you know he made a deal?
Eventually, yes.
Before, as you're sitting here now, do you know that he's made a deal? He made a deal.
Yes, I know he made a deal.
In exchange for his testimony.
Yes.
Before then, well, I'll get to that. So, at the time that you were originally arrested and charged, there were only two defendants, you and Monica Sementilli. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for a variety of reasons, the case continued for several years. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, eventually, you pled no contest or guilty, as we said, to first-degree murder and were sentenced to life without parole. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you remember approximately when that occurred?
No, I don't. I don't know the date. It was about 1.5 years ago.
Right.
Somewhere around there.
I have a minute, Your Honor. All right, I'm going to give you the date of July 7, 2023 that we have from the official records. Does that sound right?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. But on or about that date, you came into this courtroom, is that right?
Yes.
With no prior agreement with the district attorneys, the judge, or anyone else, correct?
Correct.
And you entered your plea to all the charges you were faced with, correct?
Correct.
And then your sentencing was put over to give anyone who wanted to speak at your sentencing an opportunity, correct?
I think that was the reason why it was held over, yeah. I'm not sure. I wasn't told anything.
Okay. Well, you were in court when it was put over for your sentencing, correct?
Yes.
And you were represented at that time by Mr. Cimarron, is that right?
Yes.
And then your sentencing eventually occurred a few months later, correct?
No, it was kind of fast.
Okay. It was a few weeks later,
Yeah,
perhaps?
literally.
Okay. All this time you remained in custody, right?
Correct.
And at your sentencing, do you recall people making statements, how they felt about your case, including members of the victim's family, Fabio Sementilli's immediate family? You remember
Yes,
that?
I did.
You remember that?
Your Honor, every question is leading.
It is.
Okay. Did anyone speak at that hearing concerning what they thought you should receive as a result of your pleas?
People spoke, and quite a few people spoke, yes.
Did the two daughters of Monica Sementilli speak as well?
I think just one of them did, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, your memory's better than mine. After they spoke, you were in fact sentenced to life without parole, is that right?
That's correct.
And have you been in prison ever since?
I've been in custody ever since.
Let me just ask you, well, a few basic questions before we get into the details. Did you plan and execute the plan to murder Fabio Sementilli?
Yes,
And did you in fact do so?
I did.
And who was with you at that time?
Just Chris was. He was a lookout.
All right, we'll get to that. You see the defendant seated over here, Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
You knew her well at the time of the murder, is that right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say you were in a romantic or sexual relationship with her?
Yes. You could say that.
Was that true?
Yes.
Did she have anything to do with the planning or the execution of the plan to kill Fabio Sementilli?
No,
You're sure?
I'm positive.
Now, you have heard some of the evidence already against you in the form of what we call overhears, is that correct?
Yes.
Does that change your testimony that she had nothing to do with the planning or killing of Fabio Sementilli?
No, it doesn't change anything.
Does that remain your testimony under oath today?
Yeah, it is.
Let me get a little background from you, if I could, Mr. Baker. What's your date of birth?
5262,
And where were you born?
Europe, Germany.
When did you come to the United States?
I don't know. My dad brought me here, I guess, when I was like 3.
Okay, and where did you live?
Been all over the United States. I'm an Army brat.
And you ever live in Fayetteville, North Carolina?
Yeah, yes, I have.
Where'd you grow up?
Kind of everywhere. Fayetteville was most of my childhood upbringing.
You had a father and mother there with you?
Yes.
Any relatives? Any brothers and sisters?
No, that's me. I'm the only child.
All right. And at some point, did you come to Los Angeles, California?
Yes, as an Army recruiter.
Pardon?
As an Army recruiter, I came here.
Okay. So were you in the Army yourself?
Yes.
For what years? Do you remember?
From 81 to 94.
So 13 years?
13, 14 years.
Okay. And what was the highest rank you received?
I was a staff sergeant.
And were you stationed all over the country or overseas or what?
A little bit of both. A little bit of Atlanta, Georgia, Virginia, all over the place. I've been a whole bunch of places.
Did you consider yourself a good soldier?
Objection irrelevant.
Oh, yeah, it's overruled.
I was considered one of the best.
And when you retired, at what rank did you retire from the
I
service?
didn't retire.
So you're still a member of the armed services?
No, I'm out.
So how did you leave and why did you leave? First, how did you leave?
I just.
Or
That's a
why did
tricky-
you leave? Let me
that's
start
a-
with why did you leave the service?
That's a tricky question, but I'll answer honestly since I answer it honestly. I caught another case, and I got put out of the military.
Okay. So let me ask you this. As you sit here now, have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes,
Can you tell us what felony that was?
I pled no contest to lewd and lascivious acts with a minor.
Minor being someone under the age of 18?
Correct.
Can you tell us how old that individual was at the time?
15.
Okay. And did you serve time?
I did.
When you got out, were you on parole?
Yes, I was.
You understood that you had and still do, I assume, a lifetime requirement to register as a sex offender, is that right?
That's the law.
Okay. And were you ever prosecuted for violating that law?
They chase me all the time, yes.
Okay. And were you ever punished or sentenced for additional time for that?
I think I did 6 months. I think I did 6 months for time one time.
Okay. As a result of that conviction or those convictions, were you unable or were you discharged from the armed services?
Say that one more time?
As a result of the convictions, the felony conviction, were you discharged?
Oh, yes.
And what year was that about?
94.
Okay. And is that when you came to Los Angeles?
I was already in Los Angeles at the time.
Okay. And no longer serving in the armed services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you briefly tell us what you did for a living, what your employment was after you left the armed services?
After that, I worked retail, believe it or not. I worked retail, and after I got out of retail, I wound up getting involved in the entertainment business. Well, because it's going to come out anyway, the adult entertainment business.
Okay. And when you say the adult entertainment business, you're talking about legal pornography, shall we say?
Adult entertainment.
Okay.
Pornography is degradation. You don't.
Fair enough. And what exactly did you do in that field of work?
Well, at first, I was actually married at the time. Well, I was like a domestic, and then I had.
Objection or non-responsive.
It is non-responsive.
What does that mean?
Strike.
So I won't make the same
Sir,
mistake.
just listen to the attorney answer his questions, please.
When did you first get married?
The first time?
Yes.
The very first time.
Very first time.
Back in 82.
Okay, you were still in the armed services?
Yes.
And you mind telling us the name of the person you married?
I'd rather not.
Okay. How long were you married to her?
4 years.
Okay. And who was your second wife?
I'd rather
wanna
not mention
name
her
her?
name either.
Pardon?
I said I don't want to mention her name either.
Okay. Were you still in the armed services then?
Yes.
And you get divorced from her?
Yes.
When did you begin in the adult entertainment business?
In 97.
Were you married at that time?
No, not legally.
Did you eventually marry someone that you were going with at that time?
No.
Okay. So when you got into the adult entertainment business, can you tell us what you initially did?
I was a performer with my partner.
So you were actually in the videos that were being made, correct?
Yes.
And when you say your partner, that is an actress who was also acting in the adult entertainment business, correct?
No, we came in together. She wasn't we came in the business together, so she wasn't there working. We came in at the same time.
Did you bring her into the business with you?
We agreed to come to the business together. Yes.
Okay, well, you were a team.
Yes.
And how old were you at that time, about?
29, maybe? 20, 30, no. 30, 31,
How old was she?
20?
Did you bring her into the business with you? In other words, she had to come with you as a team or you would not have been hired?
I sort of came with her,
Okay.
actually.
And you were making movies where? Here in Los Angeles or Chatsworth, wherever they made movies?
Yeah. Yes.
And for how long did you do that, Mr. Baker?
I performed probably about 4 years, maybe 4.
All with her?
Most of the time, yes, most of the time.
Did you ever get married to her?
We were married by, no, we weren't.
Okay. So after the 4 years, what was your next field of employment?
You should ask who she was.
You really
I'm
did?
gonna object non-responsive.
What's his name?
I'm not sure I can do whatever you ask me to, but I'll ask you that question. What was her name?
It was the victim of my first case.
Okay, so without going into a lot of details, you originally had a relationship with this 15-year-old female, correct?
Yes.
You were charged and convicted of lewd acts or sexual acts with someone under the age of 18, correct?
Yes.
You served your time, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out, did you marry her?
We got together, yes.
Did you ever get legally married?
No.
Okay. You don't want to state her name?
No.
Okay. So how did you live together?
Yes.
How long did you live together with her?
After that time, about 5, 6 years.
And where was this in relation to when you were performing as an adult actor?
In Los Angeles.
But were you living with her while you were performing as an adult actor?
Yes.
She was not your partner in that, or was she?
Yes, she was my partner.
I see. And eventually you split up with her, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you leave the adult entertainment business at that time as a performer?
Yes.
Okay. This was all in Los Angeles?
Correct.
What was your next line of employment or field, your occupation?
I was a manager, a talent manager.
Okay. When you say a talent manager, was that for regular movies and plays or so forth, or was it still in the adult entertainment field?
It was both, adult, mainstream.
Did you have a name of an agency? Did you work alone or what?
No, I worked with my my partner. She was my partner in this.
Okay, the one that you didn't marry but had a relationship with.
Yes.
And what did you do briefly as a manager in this field?
We guided entertainers to get better jobs and kind of like a guiding people to get, what's a better word for it, more productive and more quality work.
And I assume you were paid for your service.
Yes.
You got a commission on there.
I'm going to object. All of these questions have been in meeting.
Assisting.
How were you paid when you were in this field?
Through commissions.
Okay.
2 commissions.
And how long were you a manager in the adult entertainment business?
Probably the entire time, almost 20 years.
Now, did you manage others besides performers in the adult entertainment business? I mean, other than pornographic performers?
Adult entertainers, yes.
Did you manage individuals who were dancers in strip clubs or nightclubs?
No, not really the strip club thing. Like artists, musicians,
Okay.
up and comers, models, fighters.
And was this all with your partner?
In the beginning, no. Towards the end, yes.
Okay.
We had split up by that time.
Did you have an office?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was on Ventura Boulevard.
How long were you in that business as an adult entertainment manager?
Like I said, probably about 15 years, 17 years, something like that.
And that would take us till when in your life?
2015, about 2015.
Right.
Yeah, about 2015 or so.
Now, there was a witness who testified in this case, Roger Brown. Did you know Mr. Brown?
I do.
And how did you know Mr. Brown?
Met him at a party in 1998, I believe it was.
And to your knowledge, what field of employment was Mr. Brown in?
He was a general manager for a strip club.
Okay. Did you work for him in any way in supplying him with actresses or talent or dancers or anything?
He hired 1 or 2 for once to do a feature.
Okay. Did you remain friends with him?
Yes.
So you say that took us to about 2015, correct?
That's when I ended it. I got burnt out. Yeah, so I didn't work anymore.
When did you first meet Monica Sementilli?
Probably 2016.
And when you first met her, how were you employed?
I was living off my residuals, and I was working at LA Fitness.
Okay. So LA Fitness is a gym, correct?
Yeah, correct.
When did you start working at LA Fitness approximately?
I think of 2015.
Okay.
I think
And any particular location?
the Woodland Hills location.
Okay. Do you remember the street or the address?
No.
Okay. Where were you living at that time?
At that time, I was living in Canoga Park.
House, apartment?
It was an apartment.
By that time, had you legally married someone else?
No. Oh, no. By that time, I was divorced.
Okay, and that was from your first wife?
No, that was from my last wife, my
Okay.
my
and
last one.
Do you wish to state her name or not?
I do not.
Okay. Did she live with you in Los Angeles while you were an adult manager?
Yes.
What did she do?
She worked at a restaurant. She also worked as an actress. She was pretty well known.
When did you get divorced from her?
2015, something like that.
Okay. During the time that you were married to her, were you faithful to her?
Yes.
Okay. After you got divorced, then you began working at LA Fitness, is that right?
Right.
Okay. What was your first job there?
My only job there was I was a league director.
A league director?
A league, yeah. I was running a racquetball league.
Now, is this something you had done before?
No, never.
How'd you get into racquetball league?
I'm a smart guy.
Okay. Well, I won't comment on that. That was your first position at LA Fitness?
That's the first and only one.
Did you come up with the idea, or were they looking for a league manager? Or
Yeah,
what?
and I knew everybody who played racquetball over there, so I knew everyone. So it kind of was an easy walk-in job to do. It was a hobby, more of a hobby job type thing.
But you were paid?
Yeah, I was paid.
Okay. And what were your duties as the league director?
My job was just to run the leagues within Woodland Hills club, or actually for LA Fitness. Anybody who wanted to be in the league.
Is that where you were working when you first met Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
And how long, at some point, you began seeing her in more than a platonic way, is that correct?
Correct.
How long after you first met her did you first begin a romantic or sexual relationship?
I don't have dates or it was a couple.
Well, a few weeks, a few months?
A couple of weeks.
Okay.
A couple of weeks.
Were you seeing anybody else at the time?
Not steady.
But you were seeing other women?
Not really. Not really. I mean, not really.
Okay.
It's a complicated answer.
Just asking the questions, do the best you can, okay?
Yeah.
Did you play around, to use that term?
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay. Had you made other acquaintances?
I did.
Okay. Did you meet any of her children?
Eventually, I did.
And do you recall their names?
Yes.
What are they?
Is it safe to say it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Jessica and Isabella.
Okay. And did you meet them at the racquetball club at the LA Fitness?
I think I met the oldest one at the gym, and the youngest one somewhere. She never came to the gym, if I remember right.
So the oldest one was Jessica, correct?
Correct.
Did she play racquetball there at the gym?
No, she didn't play racquetball.
She didn't play at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Well, did her mother play, Monica?
Mother played, yeah.
So when they came to the gym, let's start with Jessica. What did she do there, if you remember?
She probably went out running on a treadmill or...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the answer. Probably it sounds like it's based on speculation.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
Do you know what she did there? Did you actually see what she did at the LA Fitness?
No, I wasn't paying attention like that.
Well, you were paying attention to her mother.
Correct.
What about the younger girl, daughter, Isabella?
I don't remember seeing her at the gym.
Okay. How long were you how long after you first met Monica Sementilli did you meet her husband, Fabio?
Maybe a couple of months. Maybe a couple of months or so. That I'm not even sure about. I shouldn't be answering that because I don't know for sure.
Well, do you know for sure whether or not you met him?
I did meet him.
And how were you introduced to him?
I was introduced to him. This is my husband. And then he introduced himself. I introduced myself. And then he and I played racquetball.
Okay. How long after that did you first begin a more than platonic relationship with Monica Sementilli?
That I'm not sure about. But I think it was after I had met her that I had met him. So it was a while. So I met her first. We got involved. Hang on. We got involved.
Do you need some water or anything?
No.
All right.
I've
Go
been
on.
sitting in that ice cold cell for so. And then I met him later.
All right. Was it after you met him that you got involved with her?
No, it was before.
Got involved with her before then?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't. That's a tough question.
And I don't need a lot of detail, but can you describe the first time that you were romantically involved with her or discuss being involved outside of the racquetball situation?
It was just a conversation first. We just had a conversation. We just talked. And it took a little while before we got involved. I don't have a timeline or nothing like that, but it took a little bit. Took a little while. And I don't have timelines.
Okay. I assume you know the date of January 23, 2017?
I'm taking that's the day of the crime.
Yes.
Okay.
Day of the murder?
Yeah.
How long before then did you first begin seeing Monica Sementilli on a dating relationship, if we can put it that way?
I would say about roughly a year.
And did that begin on just going to movies, coming to your place? How did that start?
Yeah, we went out to have some lunch or something, and we talked, and that's how it kind of started off. And then eventually it got a little bit more serious. Invited her to the apartment. Again, I don't have timeline.
Okay. Eventually, you engaged in sexual conduct with her?
Yes.
How often did you see Monica?
It was sporadic. It was scattered. It would all depended on her time, on her schedule.
Let me ask you a separate question, if I can. Do you know an app, phone app by the name of Viber, V-I-B-E-R?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what your understanding of Viber was in 2015?
Viber was a text app that the whole world used to text each other.
All right. How was it different than, say, Apple or some other text device?
I wouldn't know. I used it because somebody introduced it to me months before that, or even a year before that. I liked it. I enjoyed it. So that's why I used it.
All right. That was before you even met Monica, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you use the app at that time for any reason of secrecy or keeping your communications private?
Never.
Did you ever discuss the Viber app or introduce Monica to it?
Actually, I did. If I remember right, I think I did.
And did you tell her that you were using it and that she should use it as well?
I told her I was using it. It was a fun app to use because you could do pictures and stuff. So yeah, I said, so I introduced her to it.
And to your knowledge, did she download it?
Yes, she did.
So why did you use Viber with Monica Sementilli as opposed to some other app?
That was the one I had been using for a while, so I've had it in my system for a while.
And how long after you had begun your romantic relationship with her did she download and start using the Viber app?
That I don't know. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't have any clue.
Did you endeavor to keep the sexual relationship with Monica Sementilli secret?
I did.
And was that her desire as well?
Yes.
How did you go about keeping it secret?
Every way possible. Not letting anybody see anything, hear anything, detect anything. I did my best to keep it that way.
Would she still be playing racquetball at the LA Fitness while this was going on?
Yes.
And what about her daughters? Did they continue to go to LA Fitness while this was going on?
Yes.
So we're now in 2016, is that correct?
Correct.
How often would you say that you saw Monica Sementilli during that period?
Again, it was very sporadic, so it could be once a week, once every 2 weeks, or 3 times a week. It all depends on who's doing what between the both of us.
And how did you determine who was doing what? In other words, how did you determine when you would see her?
She called the shots on that based on her schedule.
So how would you find out what her schedule was on any particular day?
Just usual conversation. Would tell me I got this going on. I'm going to Ralph's. I'm going here. I'm going to Starbucks. That type of thing. Or I'm free. I got this amount of time to see you. It just varied. It just varied all over the place.
And did you also engage in that type of activity, trying to find out what she was doing by communicating with her?
Yeah, I let her talk. I just listened because she was pretty good about letting me know what was going on with her.
All right. Now, did she let you know what was going on with her on a steady basis?
Yeah, pretty much.
Every day of the week?
Not every. Yeah. If she could manage to call me or text me. Yeah.
Now, you knew her husband was working, correct?
Yeah, I did.
Did you know how he was employed at that time?
At the time, when everything first started, I knew he worked. I didn't know what he did.
Well, didn't you ask her what her husband did?
Nah, No, not really. I mean, I knew he worked. I didn't ask because I really didn't care.
Well, how were you able to arrange to see her in secret if you didn't know how her husband or where he was working or when he was working?
I trusted her to tell me.
Okay.
Eventually, she told me. She explained it, but at first, no, I didn't know.
Okay. So tell me just in summary, your day starts. Did you know ahead of time, like a week or a month, when you would be able to see her? Or was it a daily thing?
It was sometimes she would let me know he was going out of town if she knew in advance. Sometimes it was very sporadic, like she had a little bit of time. It just was all over the place, it was all over the place.
Was it your goal to keep this relationship secret?
Oh, absolutely.
And what was her attitude about keeping it secret?
It was mainly hers, the one that wanted to keep it secret, so I agreed with her.
Did she make that clear to you?
Yes.
Did that involve,
I'm going to check.
I'll allow that.
did that involve communicating with an encrypted app?
It involved talking on Viber.
And,
I don't know if it's encrypted or not. I'm assuming it is.
well, your desire was to keep those communications private, correct?
Yes.
And how would you communicate normally? Would it be by text, phone, or Viber?
It was always Viber. It was always Viber.
So on any particular day, did you know ahead of time whether you were going to see her or not?
No, it was random. It was random.
And what was it based on? Her communicating with you, or you with her, or both?
Now, during a normal conversation when we text each other, it'll be something like, you know, what are you doing today? Or I'm free. We can have coffee, or we can meet here. I'm going shopping there, or can I come over? It's just random. It's very random.
And we're still talking about 2016, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you keep your relationship with her secret from your friends?
From my racquetball friends, for a while, yes.
And how did you do that?
Just didn't mention it.
And when you went out, would you go out alone with her or with others?
At first, it was just she and I.
Mr. Baker, let me ask you this, in all honesty. Were you seeing anyone else on the side while you were seeing Miss Sementilli?
The day I got involved with Monica, I cut everything off. I didn't see anybody else no more.
So you had been seeing someone at the time you began your relationship with Miss Sementilli, is that correct?
I wasn't seeing anybody. I was, like you said earlier, I was playing field, but I wasn't even playing field. I can't even call it that. I can't even call it that. No.
Who were your good friends, if you had any, at the time you began seeing Monica?
I had a few.
Can you tell us who they were?
I don't want to mention names.
Well, did they testify in this case?
I don't know, because I don't know who testified.
Okay. All right, maybe we'll broach that subject some other time. Did you have a best friend at that time?
Okay. Yes.
Can you tell us who that was or not?
Hang on. I'm sure it's going to come up again. Yes. There's two of them.
Okay.
It's Roger's one.
Roger Brown?
Yes. He's
Okay,
one.
you know he's testified in this case.
Okay. I don't know that. I didn't know that.
Okay.
And Birdsong.
Alfred Birdsong.
Yes.
He has not testified in this case.
Okay.
Did you know Mr. Birdsong before you began seeing Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
And how long had you known Mr. Birdsong, or that, or when he first became your friend? Can you tell us that?
I met him in 1983.
You seem to remember that year. Was there anything special about that?
It was my first year in Europe.
And Where was he living at that time?
He was in Europe also. He just got assigned there.
He was in the,
I promised the jury a break. We're going to take our afternoon break. It's time for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. Present. Mr. Baker is still under oath. You may continue, Mr. Levine.
Mr. Baker, we left off when you first began your, I'll say, non-platonic relationship with Monica Sementilli. You remember the first time you engaged in sexual acts with her?
I don't remember exact dates, no.
And I don't want dates, but do you remember where that occurred?
Yeah, in my apartment.
Okay. And can you tell us how that first began, how you knew that she was available or free or whatever?
Just being a man, being around for a while, you could tell if somebody's interested, likes you a lot. So it's just kind of a feeling, just a feeling.
Okay. So you had a feeling that she was interested in you sexually, correct?
In something, yes. So sexually, personally, something, for sure.
All right. And you felt the same way?
I did.
How did you communicate that to her?
By her being with me, just going to lunch with me and talking to me, and the laughing, the smiling. And,
So where would you go to lunch? What types of places?
Little restaurants around the gym, and that's mainly the same place, like little restaurants, little Thai places, little because I like Asian food, so we used to go there a lot.
Okay. And would you meet her there? Would you pick her up? Did she pick you up? How'd that work?
We would meet. We would meet. Most of the time we would meet. In the beginning we would meet because we didn't want to be seen in public together at the same time.
Was that her desire, or yours, or both?
It was hers, and I agreed with her.
Did you agree to keep it secret?
I did.
But did you tell anybody that you had a girlfriend or someone
Not
on the
at first.
side or anything like that?
No, not at first. It took a while. I waited a long while.
Well, how long a while would you estimate you waited before you let anyone know that you had someone on the side, so to speak?
I'm thinking about maybe 6 months, 8 months. It's just an estimate.
Okay. So would that have been before the end of the year or Christmas time, 2016?
Yes, before.
And the relationship began in 2016, is that what you said?
Right, I think
About what month?
February, January, February, something like that.
remember-
Oh, January, yeah, January.
Okay.
That's when I met her.
When you engaged in sexual relations, where did that take place?
In my apartment,
And that was located where?
Canoga Park.
Would you meet there? Would you take her? Did she take you? How'd that work?
We'd meet there. I'd tell her where to go, where to park. She could park her car, just come up.
Remember the address?
Not anymore.
Street?
It's Independence.
Okay. What kind of vehicle were you driving at that time?
I was driving a Mustang or a Expedition.
Do you recall what kind of vehicle she was driving?
She's either driving a Mustang or a pickup truck.
And again, how did you communicate to let each other know you would meet somewhere?
Using texting, usually Viber,
All right.
or a phone call, a direct phone call.
Okay. But a direct phone call would be easy to trace, isn't that right?
Yeah, because there was really nothing going on, but
What about when things started going on? Did you use just Viber or did you use other means?
actually, now that you brought it up, we use Viber because Viber had a phone. You can actually use their phone. They had a phone set up where you could use the phone itself on a system. Now that I thought of it, now when you said that, it just kicked in.
I'm not real clear on this because I don't know this stuff as well as others. Would you use your regular phone and then have the Viber app? Could you use that as a regular phone? Or
Yes, that's what it was. So we use Viber a lot to talk too.
I mean, could you talk or did you have to send text messages?
You can do both on that app.
All right. And how did she get that app? Did you tell her how to do that?
Yeah, I told her to download it and how to use it.
So during that period, and you know that the murder of Fabio took place the following January, correct?
Okay.
So were you seeing her about a year before he was murdered?
Yes.
Did she ever indicate to you that she was going to leave him for you?
We talked about it, and it didn't seem like it was gonna. It didn't seem like it was really gonna happen.
Why not?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't push it because I don't want to run her away.
So did she talk to you about, ever tell you that she would divorce her husband for you?
We touched on it lightly, but I could tell that she wasn't going to do that. That wasn't going to happen.
And eventually, did that become one of the reasons why you decided to murder him?
I murdered him because I wanted her.
Well, you kind of had her already, but not the way you wanted, or what?
Absolutely. I didn't have her the way I wanted her. I wanted her. I wanted to have easier access. I wanted her to be around me and with me. More, like all the time.
When you first started seeing her on the side, did you go on dates with places with other friends of yours or friends of yours?
You mean dates, as in the romantic
Well,
dates?
did you go to dinner? When you went to dinner, was always just, or lunch, was it always the two of you, or did you ever go with other friends of yours?
Eventually, we did go with other friends of mine. You talking about with Monica? You talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Does Ron Ray ring a bell?
Who?
Ron Ray?
Yes.
Sheila Salikian?
Yes.
And Ricardo? Remember Ricardo?
Yes. Like I
Matt
said,
Nurse?
eventually. Who?
Matt Nurse? Remember him?
I didn't go on a date with him, but I do remember him.
No.
I mean, not a date with him, but with him to go.
So, you would go and take her on dates or events with your friends, but I take it never with her friends. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
All right. That because you wanted to keep it secret?
That's what I would assume.
Well,
I knew that's what it was. I knew that's what it was.
So at any time did she tell you that anyone else in her family or her friends knew about you?
No.
That's the way she wanted to keep it?
Yes.
So tell me how, on a typical day, you would make arrangements to see her. Would it be in advance, or would it be on a moment's notice on a daily basis?
So we're
It could be either or. It depends on what was going on for the day. Like if it was an advanced thing, if she knew of something that he was doing something or she was available for whatever reasons, because I'm fighting the schedule with her whole family. So, and then the other time when it's instant, it's more like, what are you doing? And how? Good morning. How you doing? I got some time here. I got some time there. It was kind of sporadic. It was all over the place.
In Los Angeles, was the sex always at your location, your residence?
For the most part, yeah. Well, yeah. For the most part, most of the time.
And who decided how the relationship would go? In other words, did you let her do her own thing? Were you the one who decided, or how did that work?
I guess we both kind of decided, really. We both decided. I mean, one would take the lead, I would take the lead. You know, it's a relationship. You know, it's a relationship.
Okay. Did you ever tell her what to do?
Well, sometimes, yeah. Sometimes.
Give me an example.
Take your clothes off. Something like that. That's something I would tell her to do. Or, I mean, it just varied. It's just a feeling. It's just something you just feel at the moment. You know, it's just all kinds of stuff. I'm talking, if you're talking about on a sexual basis, yes. But sometimes we're like, let's go here. Let's go do this. Let's go work out. Or let's go. You know, it depends on what subject you're talking about. What subject are you talking about?
Sexually.
All right. I narrowed it down.
Did you treat her the same way you had treated prior girlfriends or wives, or not?
Sometimes.
So describe how you treated her sexually in terms of what you would do.
In the beginning, it was, you know, it's just the traditional, you know, the traditional stuff that everybody does. And
Did that lead to something else?
well, it leads, you know, after a while you do the same old thing. After a while, it tends to get boring. So, you know, I would.
You're under oath, so...
I know. I'm watching my words. Is what I'm trying to do. I'm watching my words. It was all a feeling. It was all based on what was going on and how we felt. So sometimes I would say it would be from take your clothes off, or it could be from I want to see you naked in the car or something like that. It just varied. It all varied how the feeling was, how she reacted, what I wanted, how I felt. If I felt like I wanted to, it depends on the timing, what was going on, if we had time to do stuff. It all depends. It all depended on a lot of stuff.
Did you try to push the boundaries of what you were doing?
Boundaries?
In other words, would you order or tell her to have sex in public?
No, not in public. No. Not
Well,
in public.
outside of your house, for instance, or your residence, in the car.
Yeah, we've done that. We would do that. We would go to a restaurant and, just be spontaneous and have sex in the car, or have sex on an off-ramp, on an overwalks, where you overwalk on a highway. It would be nobody there. I'm like, come here. I wanted to keep it different for her. I wanted her not to be the same old that everyone does. So,
Kind of fulfill her fantasies?
well, yeah, I just wanted to feel her out, to see, where she wanted to go. I wanted her to have fun with everything, not just sexually, just everything. Sex was part of it, but everything. I wanted her to enjoy her life, period. Sex was a small part of it.
What led you to believe she wasn't enjoying life up to that time?
Because when we went out and when I took her places, I can tell she had really enjoyed herself, and she wasn't working, or she didn't feel like she was under obligation doing the family thing. She could be herself, and it made me feel good to see that.
Did that include be yourself sexually?
That too.
So was it your goal to fulfill her fantasies?
My goal was to make her happy, whatever that was.
No matter what?
Sexually, platonically, personally, everything. That was my goal.
So give me an example of where you would engage in some kind of sexual conduct where outside of your residence.
Outside of a bar, we play pool. We'll go out to in the parking lot. She'll win a game. She wins a game. I'll lose a game. She wins. She wins me. As stupid as that sounds.
Well, the prize was some kind of sexual act the other one would perform, or what?
The prize is me. That's I'm not a prize, but that's the prize. If she was happy, I'm happy. That's the bottom line on that.
Did you know at any times when her husband Fabio would be out of town on business?
Yes, she would let me know he was out of town, so that way we could spend a little bit more time together. But it was like never like overnighters or nothing like that, because she would never leave the house overnight like that.
So was there some time by which she had to be home every time you saw her?
She would always try to be home for her daughters.
Does that mean dinner time or some other time? What?
For whatever time it was. I guess it was dinner time, or maybe school, or just being home. She would tell me, I just want to be home for them when they get home. She would always tell me that.
So
and especially in the beginning.
So still important for her to keep it secret?
Yes.
So is it fair to say, at least in the beginning, there was no overnighters?
No overnighters, no.
Would she get home by dinner time? Was that one of the rules?
She would be home way before dinner, just to make sure she had dinner cooked and all that stuff.
Kind of two separate lives.
Yeah.
Did this ever evolve, and I'm talking about prior to the time that you killed Fabio, did this ever involve a trip out of town?
No, we took a trip. You said beforehand?
Before Fabio's death?
I
Ever go to Vegas, for instance?
I think we did.
Okay. Who paid for that? Do you recall?
It was a combined thing.
And did you ever go, let me ask first, when you went to restaurants, for instance, in Los Angeles, at times did you go with friends of yours?
When all of us went together, you're saying? Is
Yes.
that what you're saying?
Like you and another couple?
Yeah, this was later down the line, yeah.
Okay. But we're still talking about prior to Fabio's murder.
Okay, all right, yeah, I'm with you.
Did you go out with other couples, friends of yours?
Just one,
Who?
just Ricardo and Sheila.
Okay.
I think that's the only one.
And how would you tell them, or what would you tell them your relationship was with Monica?
That we were seeing each other. I had come to trust Ricardo and Sheila, and they were good. They were pretty good friends of mine. So I felt comfortable with that.
Did you tell them that she had a husband?
Yes, they knew that. They knew that.
Well, they only knew it if one of you told them, right?
Well, I think they knew that beforehand. I'm pretty sure because I didn't have to tell them that. Because in the league, everybody knows everybody's business, so everybody kind of knew that Monica was married already.
Okay. But did everybody know that she was seeing you?
No.
Okay. How often during a week would you see her, if you can put a number on that? Or did that vary?
It varied a lot. It varied. Sometimes I wouldn't see her at all. Sometimes I see her 3 times a week. It was sporadic.
Now, during that time, I assume you told her you were faithful to her?
Yes,
Were you?
I was.
So at any time during your relationship with her, and I'm talking about before or after the murder of her husband, did you ever cheat on her?
No, I didn't.
So you were not seeing anybody else on the side?
No, from the time I met her and I got in a relationship with her, I didn't go outside of anything of her.
Did you use more than one email address or phone number or anything of that nature during the time that you were seeing her to keep it secret?
I did.
Tell us what you did to do that.
Well, the emails and texts, hang on with the emails I use sometimes were just so they won't be mine. Just so they won't be mine, I would use different emails. I had a whole bunch of emails, just for business, for personal stuff, all kind of stuff. So it all depends. But for her, I would use different email at times. Let me see. The text stayed the same. The Viber stayed the same. Yeah, just the emails. Just
More
the
than
emails.
one phone, or just always one phone, or what?
I used the same phone with her. With her, I used the same phone.
What about with others?
With other people, I had another phone. I always keep an extra phone. Always kept it.
So, did you have one phone for her?
It was my regular phone, the one I used for everyday use here. And I had another phone which I kept as a possible throwaway for anything, just for anything. It doesn't mean I was doing anything criminal at the time. It kept an extra phone.
Did you ever go to her house?
Yes.
And I'm talking about before Fabio's murder.
Yes.
Can you tell us the first time and when that might have been?
I don't remember.
Why did you go to her house?
To see her, of course, to see her.
How did you know no one else would be home?
Because she would let me know that nobody's home.
Did you ever run and go there when someone else was there?
I don't know. I don't
Ever
know.
sleep over there and get caught by one of her daughters?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about that. How did that happen?
Got drunk. I got drunk.
With her or without her?
No, just me.
Okay.
Just me. I was drunk. Couldn't drive. She asked me to stay. Oh, she didn't want me to go home. And she said if I stay quiet, I could just stay. I would sleep it off there.
So you were at her house that day?
That night. It was a night. I think it was a night or something.
Where were her kids and husband?
I'm thinking maybe Fabio was out of town. I'm not sure.
And her daughters?
And I don't know, because Jessica walked in when I saw her get up, and she screamed and I screamed at the same time. And
in the morning?
it was in the morning.
And do you know what was told to her to explain
No,
while
I
you were there?
I wasn't told.
Did you get out? Get out of there?
Yes, I did. I let her know that, I let Monica know that we had a little accident, that she came in the room, Jessica came in the room, and I just went ahead and left.
Where was Jessica at that time? Was she still there?
Yeah, no, she left. She left the room. She said, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and she walked out. So I'm sorry too, and I got, you know.
Did you tell her any story, or leave that to Monica?
I didn't talk to her.
So you left.
Yeah.
Any other times that you were at her house before the murder?
Before the murder, maybe once or twice more. I'm not sure how many times, but a couple of times, once or twice more.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Baker. In your communications with Monica Sementilli, did you ever ask her or tell her to send you any kind of explicit or nude or so-called related photographs?
I did.
Give me an example.
Okay. I would say, "You're beautiful. Send me a picture of yourself, because you're beautiful to me." And so I let her be. And she said, "Like what?" I said, "Be creative. Think of something." I said, so send whatever you want. It's just sexting. That's all it is. It was just sexting, just to keep it interesting.
All right. And
So she would send me what she wanted to send me.
Did she do so?
Yeah. Yeah, she did.
And without being necessarily too explicit, can you tell us what kind of photos they were? Was she dressed? Was she nude? Was she?
Both. They were both.
And how were they communicated to you?
They were either sent by Viber, because Viber is a good way to send pictures. It's the best way to send pictures. It's Viber.
And when you got them and opened them, were you able to save them or delete them, or what would you do with them?
Some I'd save, some I'd just throw away, because it was just to get her to feel herself and enjoy herself, and I wanted her to feel good about herself, because she was beautiful to me.
And that's the way you wanted her to feel good about herself, being free sexually?
That's one of the ways. There's more ways than just that.
Did she always comply with your requests or demands?
Yeah, most of the time.
Did you ever tell her what would happen if she didn't?
I would never threaten her or nothing like that. I mean, I guess she could read my face, or read that. She kind of reads my face and see if I'm disappointed or not. And I guess she doesn't want me to be disappointed, so she'll do her best to, do what I ask her to do, or stuff like that. But yeah, there was no threats or nothing like that.
I don't mean physical threats, but disappointment or anything of that nature?
Like she probably saw my disappointment, or saw me unhappy, or because sometimes I would do stuff to keep it interesting, and I would kind of set stuff up, and sometimes a lot of alcohol is involved, because she's a very stubborn person at times, so the alcohol kind of loosens that up a little bit.
Well, was she a regular drinker with you?
It depends. If we were going out someplace, I wanted her to loosen up. I wanted her to kind of relax a little bit. So I would let her drink a little bit, get her relaxed and have some fun.
Was she able to hold her alcohol or not, in your opinion?
She could hold her alcohol, but she still, you could tell there's a difference, because she would really loosen up and start laughing a lot more and get a little looser, and she wouldn't be so tense.
Would this be in public?
It would be everywhere. At my place, in public, we went out. Like I said, we went to restaurants, we went to bars, went to play pool, play racquetball. I mean, everywhere. We did everything. Did
you ever interact with other people at those locations?
Yes.
Give me an example.
Well, we'll go to a bar or a club, and I would tell her, I'm not a dancer. She's a dancer. She can dance. I want her to go out there and dance and sing, and I'll tell her, if someone asks you to dance, feel free. I have no problem with it. I'm not that, I'm not the jealous type. And go have fun. And she would just go out there and have fun. Didn't care who was dancing with her, and she would just dance and have a good time. So whoever it was, that's what would happen.
And what about her engaging in public in any kind of sexual way with somebody? Did you ever tell her to do that?
In public?
Well, outside of your residence.
Oh, okay.
On the street, in a bar, booth, car, anything of that nature.
I had set up some things to find out whether or not she'd be willing to try anything like that. And I got her a little bit drunk,
Like a threesome, you mean?
No, it wasn't a threesome. No, it wasn't a threesome. It was something simple. I just wanted to see how she'd react a little bit, and I wanted to see if she'd be okay. And I got a little bit drunk beforehand, and I told her I'd set up a little massage for her, just to see how she'd react. This is early on, just to see how she'd act.
So what happened?
And the massage went great. You know,
Who had the massage?
she did.
From who?
Somebody I hired to do it.
And where did that take place?
At the guy's place who was doing it.
All right.
So and I'm trying to remember.
Were you present?
Was I present?
Yes.
Yes, I was, just to make sure everything was smooth, because she decided she didn't want to do it, or she couldn't go. You know, she didn't want the massage or something like that, and I just wanted her comfortable. And I know if I'm around, she's going to be comfortable with it. But she was comfortable because I had gave her, you know, I gave her some wine to drink before we started.
Did that involve any sexual conduct between her and the masseuse? Masseur?
She's a beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman, and I told her, masseur, I said, you know, whatever you guys do, that's on you guys. So he wanted to push it, and because I could tell he was excited. So, and she was already kind of under the influence of alcohol, so it kind of flowed that way.
Was alcohol always involved in your
No.
sexual acts or
No.
exploits?
No. Sometimes it was just me and her, just not doing nothing.
What about when you involved others? Did you have to get her drunk first?
That was rare.
Take our afternoon's room until tomorrow at 9 a.m. The admission applies not to discuss this case among yourselves. If anyone else or former express any opinions or the cause, it's when I submit it to you. Have a good evening.